right, I'm back, y'all. Okay. It was some kind of situation with the music and shit. So we got 4 minutes in, but we had tech issues. Let's see. Let's go.
Treated like shit, used as a to demonize other people. It's a thankless fucking job being a black woman. And maybe if the rest of us sat the fuck down, shut the fuck up and listen, black women have been trying to tell us this shit for decades. We just have not chose to listen.
Why they seem to be the most upset?
They're not. I don't know why you would think that. Maybe they're upset just at the way you're dressed, but like, it's.
Hey, I'm back, y'all. That's good. We got like 5 minutes to start the show. I'm just gonna have to tag it, just like I'm gonna have to tag the show tomorrow. I'm gonna have maintenance pulling up because I got to fix my goddamn heat. So when they pull up, I'm just gonna just go ahead and just slide over and just play. Just want y'all to know I'm just gonna play some music, all right, and put my phone on mute, put my computer on mute. All right, so this is what's gonna happen, y'all. This dude pretty much was like, why are black women angry, right? I don't really have to go through this video. He goes, why are black women angry, right? There's one particular dude, Mr. Black Nails. I actually like to hear what he has to say. I didn't want to hear what the mammy has to say. This woman said something. This is the mammy. I didn't care what the fuck she had to say. She was doing that mammy rhetoric. And then here we go. Okay. Why am I bringing this in about checking in with your aura? I need you to understand that who you fuck becomes a part of what your aura is, and it doesn't matter the gender. Okay, but for women who are fucking men, there's a SW that you have to deal with. But who you fuck is a major part of how your aura, how your energy is going to be out here. Also, what your energy is what you're going to attract. Remember, I told you I'm an angry person. I'm a mean person. So I attract people who get angry, who have attitudes and all kind of shit like that towards me, and they don't even know why. Because that's how I feel. That's just what it is with me. So I don't really let that get to me. It is what it is. I've been around a bunch of Caribbeans all my life. They got the biggest, nastiest fucking attitudes ever. All day, every day fucking attitudes, okay? So I don't really care about that. So my thing is, what is going on is when you have these type of males who are posing these kind of questions, a lot of times people get very attacked when this question is being posed, right? Because it seems like it's a very simple question, but the simple things can be very loaded, you know? So to him, because he looks like he's young, he thinks that I'm just wanting to know, you know, in this condescending tone that he's asking, you know, why do y'all have this fucking nasty ass motherfucking attitude and this, that, and the third? And so, yeah, just listen to homie talk.
Be the most upset. And
someone tagged me in this video and said that this man had a question. I don't find a question in this video. I just find a black man furthering the narrative that black women are angry. That's all I see. Because if this man really wanted to know why black women are how they are, I'm assuming based on his proximity to black women, such as his mother, his aunt, sisters, or cousins, that he could just ask them. But he doesn't really care to understand. So instead of answering the question, I'm going to turn it back on him and ask him to tell me, why are men so angry? Why are they the leaders in violent crime statistically? Why do they fill our penitentiaries because of violent crimes? Take women by force. Why are men the number one consumers of trafficked children? Why are they the head of every war? And as soon as that man answers those questions for me, I think that our answers will become self-explanatory. But in the meantime, we don't got to answer the shit.
Enlighten me why they seem to be the most.
I know you didn't ask this question in good faith, but I'm going to answer it in good faith nonetheless. In a room full of selfish liars, only one person is forced to tell the truth and then is hated for it. That is the essence of why Black women are mad. Think about this for just a second. Who protects them? Who? Who speaks? Who puts their reputation on the line to speak for them? Who? Who? White women? Get the fuck out of here. White women will use Black women for their strength, for their courage, for their voice, and for white women's own devices, and then they will discard them.
Yes. This
Other
is the part.
women of color will look their nose down on them, as if somehow.
Yes, let's get to that part. Let's get to both parts. Okay, I was looking for something back here, but we don't have to get into that. Okay, so let's get into that. I had noticed that the manipulation of Becky is that she tries to get the Black woman to fight for her. She tries to get the Black woman to be angry for her. And when I had that situation at the Coven, that attack was on every one of them, including the person who started the trouble. And what's so deep about it is, what got me up, what really, because I wasn't paying none of them no attention. I had already was plotting. I was like, I'm about to fucking slowly but surely take these bitches off my friend list. Fuck them, you know? And I went to the one who knew her for years because I knew something was up before she ended up telling me that she knew the main person in the Coven for years. And I would have said more than what she said. And then I told her what she said. You see what I'm saying? And she shut up when she saw what she said about me because she knew her friend was caught. So she couldn't defend her no more. And all this type of shit. And what happened was, while I subconsciously was already plotting to get rid of all of them, I end up coming across a tag post. And in the tag post, it said randomly that I would start a fight. And I said, oh, hell no. Hell no. I ain't starting no goddamn motherfucking, nah, that did it. It just did it for me. I like, oh, no. You think I'm that kind of, no. We're not doing that. Oh, okay. I see the screws. We're not doing that, right? And so when I had come to that realization with all this bullshit, are these labeled? Yes, they are. G, okay. E and J, got it. So when I came to that realization, I also saw how I was like, oh, nah. So I made a post and I was like, huh, listen, if you don't meet this certain caliber, or you're not a creative artist, or you don't have a certain aesthetics, you can't stay on my friend list. Remember, I always told y'all that story. I didn't tell y'all the whole joint. I was like, you can't stay on my friend list. And so when I did that, I still tell y'all all the time, I feel like that was a slap in the face of them. Like that was a real low-key slap in the face for them. Like, oh shit. Because they didn't fit. You know? They didn't fit. Because I started to realize, like, these fucking, don't nobody on my fucking page look like this. Even women who are big women that are on OnlyFans and shit, They are actually very beautiful goddamn women. Okay? Actually beautiful goddamn women. You know what I'm saying? So also, let's get to the next part that he's talking about. Because basically, she was using me, but I allowed myself to be used because I already had it out for that head person that ran the company, because I gave her warning. I said, you sure you got something to say? You sure there's not a problem? I gave it to her. I gave her a chance to. And she didn't, and she still was on some shady ass shit as the Pisces moon that she is. And I was like, all right. And that's why I attacked the way that I did. And I attacked in a very nasty way. And the thing about it, I don't know what it is, but I can sense that the way that I attack people, it kind of hits them later. The way I attack them, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, oh shit, that bitch really did do that. That bitch really did say that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, wait a minute, I just caught on to what the fuck she just did. You know, that happens to me. I always can feel that from people a lot when it comes to me, because they just don't see me coming. You know, they just don't. And let's get to the foreign part now. Yes. Those of us in the city, we know how much foreign black people look down on black people. Those of us that got that foreign black mix, we do this. We don't really like black Americans. We don't like them. We don't like their jokes. We don't like their culture. We don't fuck with them. We don't like them. And that's just the reality of it. So, you know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of things that we just disagree with black culture. And there's a lot of things in black culture that's never going to change. And there's a lot of things in black culture that's completely fucking pathetic. And we have a problem with it. You feel me? We do. So it's that part as well. All right, so let's continue with Mr. Blacknails.
How being born here or born over there, not born in America, and not having to put up with the shit that black women have to put up with makes them better.
Yes. White
men use them almost to demonize them. The welfare queen.
And see, here's the thing too. This is where I disagree with him at this part, but this is what I have to say too. No, I don't disagree with him. The dark side of the foreign black person or the foreign black people that think that they are so much better, they fucking around, and they, of course, they finding out now with the Trump situation and everything that Trump is doing that they're not. Trump is actually doing them far more dirty, you know, honestly. But they don't realize how used and abused that they get in the system that they get over white immigrants. Some of them are aware, some of them are denial of it. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's the next part?
Baby mama.
Well, no. We can't put that all on a white male, because we have black males that kept that stereotype perpetuated from the Gen X generation. The Gen X generation is a part of keeping the stereotypes and keeping this ghetto-ness and keeping this pride and being ghetto and all this shit. So, yeah.
Single motherhood. They are the reasoning and rationale for everything that goes bad in the black community. And then there's us. Not all of us, but a lot of us. We're supposed to be fighting shoulder to shoulder. But what are we doing? What are we doing? We're using them, discarding them, abusing them, killing them, impregnating them, running the fuck out, blaming them for every fucking thing we fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
So who protects them? Think about this for just a second. Who is it in every election ends up voting for the conscience of America?
Mm-hmm.
Black women.
Yes, we do.
Why? Because they realize they don't have the luxury of voting for their own best interest. They have to vote for the best interest of everyone around.
Yes. That was me. And that was the only, I tell y'all all the time, that's the only reason why I voted. I said that shit. I said that shit. I said I voted for Kamala because I knew, and I felt it. I said, don't nobody give a fuck about women and children. They don't give a fuck about these women and children. And when I saw that situation with the daycare and all that shit, he right about that. He's so right.
They do this year after year, election after election, day after day. And what do they get for it? Ridiculed, used, abused, discarded, treated like shit, used as to demonize other people. It's a thankless fucking job being a black woman.
Yeah.
And maybe if the rest of us sat the down, shut the up and listen. Black women have been trying to tell us this shit for decades. We just have not chose to listen.
Why they seem to be the most upset?
They're not. They're not. I don't know why you would think that. Maybe they're upset just at the way you're dressed, but like this is a common thing that we see on social media all the time, on TikTok. I don't understand it. Like, you're black too. Like, why are you coming at your own? I don't get it. They call themselves queens and bad bitches and all that kind of stuff is because they get shade thrown at them all the time by their own men. And despite all of that bullshit that they have to deal with, they still have the strength to be these bad bitches and be gorgeous and amazing and strong and, you know, all the things that I really admire about them. So does this help? Sometimes independence is a very, very beautiful quality too.
Not Brad. Not bald-headed Brad pulling up. You see how this shit, just pay attention.
Imagine being the sole reason why a species even exists and being the most unprotected. Imagine carrying somebody for 9 months and damn near die giving birth to them for them to refer to you just as your biological organs. Imagine a large amount of the men in your community making it a safe space for other people of different communities to talk bad on you. I scrolled down your page for about 10 seconds and already saw you're one of those black TikTokers who just puts down the black community for their own fame. And you're a weirdo. It's for you and literally anyone else who does this shit on TikTok, because there's a handful of y'all. Go help raise up these black boys. Go help.
I have to say something before he continue. The thing is, it's nothing wrong with whatever you criticize or you have to say. It's the way that you do it. Okay? See, doctors and these psychologists and these different PhD people, they are criticizing black people. They're just doing it in a very mature, you can say doctoral, scientific way. But they are still saying what they're saying about black culture. Okay? Just to make that clear.
Raise up these black girls. Stop adding more negative shit and giving white people a safe space to talk about black people. They'll be out here trying to kiki with people who would lynch you if it was still legal. Actually, even though it is illegal, they still do lynch black people. But that's another story for another day. I don't believe in beating children, but your mom should have whooped your ass.
Enlighten me why they seem to be the most upset.
I do not know, nor have I seen these upset black women that you speak of, but I disregarded your question completely when you referred to black women as black females. What I suggest, just from my black women perspective, is that you mind the business that does or does not pay you, since you are on the passenger side of your best friend's ride trying to holler at us. Your priorities just seem a little bit skewed. We're doing fine over here. Bye-bye then.
So with everything that everyone has said in these stitches, I was actually really happy because people get it. Men get it. A lot of these men are not out here on TikTok trying to bash women or belittle them or gaslight. The man in question that made this video does not speak for every man, and I really wonder what his motive was for making this video, because I don't think he was genuinely asking a question out of curiosity. If you're going to be a grown man in the modern day black community in 2023 and you don't seem to know the issues that plague the black community, specifically the black women, and you don't know about the racism and the misogyny that black women deal with, you don't know about the struggles of black men, and I believe you very likely have black women in your family, be it your mother, your sister, your cousin, your grandma, and you don't see the point of going to...
Okay, girl. I can't listen to that African accent.
I do not like to...
Okay, I can't listen to that accent. Okay, so we're going to go to the mammy part, all right? Let's get straight to the video.
This channel does not support any of that. So this palm-colored woman made a video addressed to Black women, and she's been kind of getting mixed reactions. Let me just go right ahead and play her video.
I pray to God that this does not come off as offensive to anybody, because I mean this with the utmost love and respect from the bottom of my whole entire heart. But when a Black woman calls me baby, there is so much. What kind of magic are you putting in there? Because that shit hits harder than crack. Every single time, every encounter in my life that I have had with a Black woman where she calls me baby, I have never felt more loved and supported in my entire life. I feel almost imprinted on. Like, are you my mother? I will go to the ends of the earth for that woman. Okay, ride or die, because it may have just been a very quick one-time encounter for her, but for me, you don't understand. We're like this. How, call me, beat me if you got to reach me, because I will do whatever. How can I be of service? Do you need a ride to church? Let me make reparations for my people, because I love you. And I don't know what it is, but goddamn, there's something so special about it. It's magic. I want to have that effect on people. That is beautiful. And I love you. And that's it. I don't know. I've never felt more safe and secure in my life. I love you.
So you guys, when I heard that video, I'm not going to lie, it touched something deep, deep, deep in my soul. And the sentiments that she actually shared in that video is something that a lot of people can relate to, because I've seen several videos of palm-colored people talking about how Black women seem to give off that nurturing energy when they call them baby, when they give them compliments, how good it makes them feel. This is not something that is unique to her. Like, a lot of people have said it. I saw several videos of people expressing something similar to what she said there on.
And this goes back to what I said about how I'm very nonchalant, I'm very direct. You know, I don't give that kind of energy. You feel me? And this is something I've come to see, you know what I'm saying?
TikTok, okay?
Dude, how do you feel?
Now, of course, you guys know that Black women had to respond to this because the video was addressed to them, but then her video was met with mixed reactions. Let me just go right ahead and play Black women's stitches and commentary to what she said.
What kind of magic are you putting in there? Because that shit hits harder than crack.
There's not too many of y'all that's going to like the answer, but y'all put this in Black women. White people put the absolute fear of death, the fear of our children's lives, the fear of our friends and partners and spouses' lives, and the fear of being harmed, injured, sold, raped, mutilated, or somehow punished if we don't make you happy 24 hours a day. Now, in Jim Crow time, right, it moved to we just have to nod and say, yes, ma'am, and hey, baby, how you doing? Oh, yeah. Y'all put that in Black people. Y'all put that in us so that we have to act like that. Because what happens when a Black person makes a white person mad? Well, hey, baby, if you want a Black lady to help out, how about the one that had all these nice white customers and clients that she gave discounts and free and helpful services to, that she counseled and coached and mentored? And then when she said, hey, I need a break because it's too much for me, they decided to try to ruin her and her business. So literally, y'all put the fear of everything into us, and it's a trauma response. It's a trauma response. And I know that you're going to get, I don't even know how many Black women, hey, baby, baby. And to you, it's a trauma response that white people.
Now, this is an interesting perspective because this must be a very Southern thing, because now I'm starting to see the difference of Northern women versus, I'm starting to really catch it now all this time, because this is what I say about being the mean Black woman and not feeling no type of way about it. And I listen to divestors like giving Black women warning about being careful or something because of whatever. And my thing is, you don't have to be kind, sweet, nice to anybody, especially if it's a stranger. When I'm walking into a place of business and I'm getting something, I come to get what I come to get. That's maturity. Okay? I'm not a kid. I'm not your puppy. I'm not a dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm not your animal. I'm going to go in there and demand what it is that I want and get the fuck out of there. First of all, that's stupid, slow, retarded shit to just sit around and be happy all motherfucking day around a bunch of strangers. Like, I just don't agree with that. So I understand where she's coming from. But for me, like I said, I'm starting to come to the realization of like why I get the responses that I do, because I get a very angry response out of white women because I don't give a fuck about their existence. I come to get what I want, and it is what it is. And that's why the attitude comes out. But it's like there's this thing of feeling like it's this kind of hierarchy thing that they have. And I'm starting to come to realize it. Because I'm like, why is it every time there's always some old white woman, somebody is always in your face, and all this kind of shit is always in your face? Now it all makes sense.
People put in us. Now, the reason it feels like correct to you, the reason it feels like correct to you, and that is so offensive the way you're saying it, but whatever. The reason it feels like crack to you, honey, is because it is like crack. Because in your DNA, your blood memory remembers what it's like to have a slave. In your blood DNA, you remember what it's like to have Black women at your feet, at your beck and call, who made you feel warm and loving because you were treating them like an animal, but we had to act like it was fine and natural and make it seem like the way you're at, that it's all okay. So it's a trauma response. And for everybody who want to argue with me that it's not a trauma response, you're in trauma. And that's a trauma response. The fact that when I saw her do that and even say, that's a trauma response from me. Because if I was over it and everything was all healed and I wasn't being racially traumatized.
Well, I have to disagree with you because the term crack is a northern thing that we do. So when something is just like really good and we really like it and we keep getting it, we call it crack. You know what I'm saying? Like, I forgot, it was something at McDonald's that they had like back in 2006 or something. I don't remember what it was. Everybody was like, yo, bro, that shit is crack. You know what I'm saying? So that's like a northern thing.
Every day on this app, that wouldn't have even come down my timeline. It would have been like bloop, bloop. But it's a trauma response. That's what it looks like. And that's how it shows up in real life. That's one of the reasons that I've been working with Black women on decentering white women. And I have an ebook with that same name available right now in my stand store.
But when a Black woman calls me baby, there is so much.
Y'all go ahead and listen to that message in its fullness. But baby girl, I just want to explain to you why you get those feelings of warmth and all of that stuff. Good old, way deep down, good feeling. It is due to slavery because we took care of you guys during slavery better than we took care of our own children. So that's why that feeling when we call you baby hits so hard, because you are internally reminded of the days when we cared for you guys. That's what that is, babe. That's all.
When a Black
it is a psychological thing. It is it's a deep psychological thing. Even with Karen walking up on Black women and doing the shit that they do. And I'm saying I'm talking about this stuff because you have to understand I am from up north. I've been most of my life up north. Yes, I was raised down here, but majority of my adult life was up north. So I've dealt with immigrants and other type of things that we don't have to deal with each other. It's just kind of like here, there, go in and out. It ain't really like that. We just have a different experience. But I've noticed down here, it's like, why is this white bitch in my face? Like, like, you know what I'm saying? You know, why is this? You know what I'm saying? I didn't even ask her what time was this thing. Yeah, I ain't even asked her. Okay, let's go. You know, now I'm starting to understand why. Because, and even with white males, because it's like, I dead ass don't pay them no attention. Like I just dead ass don't pay them no attention. And so that is a part of what I see.
Woman calls me baby.
As a fellow Black woman, I would have to agree. All my favorite compliments are from Black women. I'll never forget. I was going on a cruise for the first time last year, and there was this Black lady that was working there. She was about 5'2". She had really short gray hair, just stunning. Okay. She stops me. She says, "I don't mean to stop you or anything, but you are absolutely beautiful. And you look like the daughter I never had." Y'all, I was through.
There is so much.
You think it's magic when they call you baby? The compliments out of nowhere. I'm sitting at a red light. I hear a toot. I look over. It's a Black lady in a red Volkswagen Bug. And I'm like, oh shit, what did I do? And she just looks at me and she goes, "Girl, I will never change it. I'm getting it touched up next week, but I'm never changing it." She meant that with her whole heart.
We are still American people. We have to not forget that. We are still Americans living in America, living amongst each other in certain regions in America. We still have, it's so deep. It's a deep shit with us because we still have history together. And though my ancestors come from being here on the American soil and the Caribbean soil, even the Caribbean and Americans still have history together. See how deep this shit goes? Because we're still American. And we still shit, even though slave master, Becky still was fucking the slave was still being fucked by the slave master. There's still a relationship that is there. And this is why the Caribbean woman expressed, you'll see Americans, white and Black Americans, fight each other all day and go back and forth all day over dumb shit. But when it comes to foreigners, remember she said that? When it comes to foreigners, when it comes to us, they stick the fuck together and they get us the fuck out of here. She's correct about that.
In my whole year. I love her. She's my best friend in my head right now.
What kind of magic are you putting in there?
It's because white parents aren't inherently loving. So we're not used to it.
Oh, shit.
Baby. There is so much.
A lot of people have.
Oh, she dropped the ball. Oh, she dropped the ball.
Ditch this video talking about the mammy stereotype. All of that is valid. I'm here to offer you a slightly different framework. This is not a situation about Black women being especially warm. I think this is a situation about white culture grooming white people to be especially cold. Because the warmth and love that people receive from Black women, it's just not unique. You can go in that comment section and see people saying that they get the same type of vibes off of Hispanic women. It's not a matter of Black women. It's a matter of women of color, because white culture has conditioned people to value politeness over authenticity. It's because white culture is antithetical to community building because it values individualism, and that makes y'all cold. So when y'all receive a normal amount of warmth and affection from a Black woman, it feels like you're getting the heat of the sun directly. It's not especially warm. You're just cold. And no, y'all, I'm saying this from a place of love. I'm not trying to speak down to white people or anything like that. The first step to fixing a problem is recognizing that you have one. This is why I'm always telling white people that y'all need to work on building your own culture and community. It's not enough for you to just reclaim other stuff. You have to learn those skills of how to be warm and loving to each other within yourself. That's not something you can just.
And this goes to the up north woman versus the southern woman. This goes to the women of certain colder regions, like the women in Russia, the women in Sweden, the women who live in these regions that are cold, and how their personality reflects the nature of where they live. Southern women are all bouncy and happy and trustworthy and naive because they live in such warm weathered places. You see, when they live in a place where it's that religious ideology and psychosis and beliefs and stuff. So that's why they have that. Northern women don't have that. Northern women is, I come to get what I gotta get. I don't got time for your shit. The Northern woman is sharp. Why are you talking to me about your son being arrested by the police? I don't care, lady. I came here to get my incense. That's the Northern woman with sharp women. I came here to get what I had to get. You want to lie and say that it's only $200 when clearly that's the Western Union and it's not that deep and you seem all flustered. All right, I'm going to go home. I'm going to go ahead and call your manager. I'll make sure I got your name tag. I'm going to call your manager and complain about what you did to me. Okay? And then I'm going to over exaggerate it and tell them that it's every time it happens, this is what you do and make you look like a whole piece of shit racist. And then when I come to the store and I see you again, I want to treat you like the piece of shit that you are. That's how the Northern woman works. We don't do, kindness is not something we do. And even if kindness is something we do, that means we don't want to be bothered with you. Okay. The woman who was fussing about her meeting and all the Karen that was at her meeting and me cussing and stuff, I let her have it. I was like, oh, sorry, you got it. You got it. Because I knew what she was trying to do, because I came there every day. So it's like little things like that. The Northern woman is very sharp. And the thing about the Northern woman, which makes her dangerous, is if she gets to the point of fighting you, she's going to violate you when she fights you. And she's going to violate you when she fights you to make a point of you should have never just bothered her in the first place because she's coon. Because the Northern women, we mind our business. Okay? We learn to the self-defense by having attitudes, by being nasty, by being aggressive.
Just borrow and get from other ethnic identities. It's a skill y'all have to learn. It's a skill that has been lost generationally because instead of white mothers raising their own children, they hired Black nannies to do the work. And I really need people to stop putting Black women up on a pedestal. Nobody should be up on a pedestal. I am really tired of how in social justice TikTok, people are not trying to dismantle hierarchies, you just invert them. So instead of Black women being at the bottom of the socioeconomic hierarchy, y'all try to put us as the pinnacle of intelligence and wisdom and how everyone has to listen to Black women. And like, yes, Black women are correct 9 times out of 10 when it comes to socioeconomic stuff. We tend to be very wise. We tend to be right about these things, but that don't mean we perfect. Black women have the capacity to be coercive and cruel, just like anybody else. I really want people to stop trying to find the right person to blindly follow and think for your fucking selves. And if you feel like you're having a hard time thinking for yourself, you know what you do?
She was explaining too much to them. She looks young too. She was explaining way too much to them. I'm here to tell you, V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio, you don't owe nobody kindness. You don't owe nobody niceness. You don't owe nobody none of that. Do you understand me? You don't owe nobody none of that. What you have to focus on is what works for you. Okay? I say I'm mean, and I mean it. I had a coworker say, "No, you're not mean. You have a discerning spirit." I'd be like, "Nah, I'm mean. I'm mean." I say, "Yeah, I have a discerning spirit, and I'm mean." Don't ever feel any type of way about who the fuck you are in this world. If you really want to, if you really ask me, the black woman has every fucking reason to be angry. Does she not? Does she not? All right, let's keep going.
You go ask your neighbor for help. Go learn your neighbor's fucking names. Like, you see how the air freshener in her window says Antisocial Moms Club? Do you see how literally wearing the idea of being antisocial as like a badge of honor, like a quirky, fun, cute thing? This is the issue with white culture and individualism. It's manifesting right here. This is why she thinks that Black women are especially warm, right? Because she goes out of her way to be fucking antisocial. Because whiteness. Stop being antisocial. Go learn your neighbor's name.
Me, baby.
I'm sure a lot of people have seen that video, and if you haven't, please go watch it because she's 100% correct. there is something about when a Black woman calls you baby. And I say this because over the course of my time in the workforce, I have had the pleasure and honor of working with some of the most beautiful.
Understand the narcissism of it all, because I'm not going to keep dragging this. The narcissism of it all of this is that, you know, what reason does another human being need your attention? What reason does another human being that you do not even know, who's a complete fucking stranger, what do they need your attention for? Because there's something in your aura. There's something in your energy that they're getting out. There's something there that is fulfilling them. And it's also, let me tell you something else on the other side of things. People want your attention so they can throw shade at you and they can do their little invisible hierarchy on you. Okay? The situation I had at Full Lion, that bitch was doing her little invisible hierarchy. But I also realized that the people here are very stupid, like very stupid. You have to think for them. They don't know how to think for themselves.
Amazing, wise, intelligent, just wonderful Black women. And they have been mentors to me. They have been friends. They have been teachers. They've been mother figures. I've worked with some of the most wonderful Black women. And that feeling when they call you baby, oh my gosh, it is like a warm hug you didn't even know you need. And you know, when they call you baby, you've done something right. You have done something right. And it is just the best feeling. But also, and some people, and I mean, and there's nothing wrong if she feels some type of way for a Black woman talking to her some kind of way. I don't think nothing's wrong with that, because you got some people that feel some type of way if a Black woman is an intelligent Black woman and talk a certain type of way. And that would be me. They don't even know how to respond to me. This is why I don't talk to people. This is why people get ignored all day by me. This is why people, and see, the attitude thing, it's not even that. I was raised around elderly people. You know what I'm saying? And when you are raised around that type of energy, there's not a lot of laughing and smiling going on like that. You know what I'm saying? My time, having worked with these amazing women, I know there is one territory you do not want to cross over into. And I mean this as respectfully as possible, because I have had it happen to me. And man, oh man, I never wanted to go.
Bro, put your microphone together.
When they call you little girl, and you know, as soon as they say it, little girl or little girl, like you messed up. Like you are about to receive a verbal admonishment like you've never received before, and you deserve it. You messed up. You fucked up. You did something wrong, and you are about to get a ass chewing like you've never received before, and you deserved it. Because when they whip out that phrase, that's it. It's a picture wrap. Yes. So I mean, that is the territory you do not want to cross over into. You want to stay in that nice, warm envelope of baby.
If you felt weird watching that, but then read the comments and felt bad for feeling weird, I'm here to let you know it's okay to feel weird, because it's weird. I'm not going to question her intentions, because I don't really care, and my video is not about her intentions, but more so that we need to know our history. She goes on to say that Black women calling her baby makes her feel so loved and supported. And she even goes on to say, like, oh, I feel like or did you imprint on me? Like, are you my mother? We're not your mammies. Please, I beg of you, read a couple books. Why do people feel this way, and why do they feel so comfortable saying it? Could it be that we remind you of a good time breakfast? Black women have historically been forced into caretaker roles while at the same time having their children taken away from them. This caretaker nurturing stereotype is actually what has inspired me to be like as unfriendly as possible. Black women are consistently called on to.
Yeah, okay. See, now I get it. See, this is teaching me something, because I see why I get the response I get from them, because I am a very assertive, direct Black woman. Like I don't do the fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't do the smile and the laughing. I don't give a fuck if you compliment me. Like that's how I move. Now I'm starting to get it.
To be nurturing, to be sweet, to be helpful, to educate people, while nobody does that in return for us. Nobody gives us that same patience. Baby, where do you think these thoughts and feelings come from? Could they be from watching movies like The Help or Song of the South, Gone with the Wind? Like, why was it said and why was it so comfortable being said? And again, I don't really care about this person's intentions. I don't really care about anyone's intentions, but I do want people to like look at things historically and also in the present, because we still have modern mammy characters or like the magical black friend who just always has some wisdom to depart. Like, girl, leave that boy alone. Oh my God. And what also just hit me, and is at the same time making me very upset, is that Black women are historically deemed like caretakers, right? While at the same time being deemed unfit to take care of their own children. Oh, that burns me up. There were a lot of Black women in those comments saying, oh, well, that's just so sweet. You know, that's what we want people to feel. We want people to feel love, da da da. I just want you to know I don't feel that way. I'm not here to take care of anyone. I'm not here to educate anyone, even though I guess I am educating right now, but not in a mammy way. Can't win. But this also frustrates me because I am someone who does want to like send love into the world and like get everyone vibrating at a higher level. But only if we can look back on our history and apply it to the present day. And things like this are doing the opposite of that. As someone who was called Aunt Jemima by white kids my age who didn't have bad intentions because I wore a scarf on my head because I wanted to like emulate my beautiful mother, I am not your mammy. I am not your caretaker. I'm not here to take care of anyone. I'm not here to educate anyone. I'm not here to like make you feel loved. I'm here to live my life. There were also people in those comments saying, oh, I feel the same way when like Latina women say mija. Same thing, honestly. Very, very similar history. So I want you to unpack that as well. You can't do that anymore. You can't force Black women to take care of you while you totally disregard them. That's not happening anymore.
Where she calls me.
Despite what society tries to force us to believe, all of us, even Black women ourselves, we are literally magical. And it comes out in jokes. It comes out in side conversations, how powerful we are. Like I said before, enslavers of Black women had Black women breastfeeding their children. Our love is powerful. Our joy is powerful. Our peace is powerful. I'm telling y'all, everybody else sees it. We Black women have to start seeing it ourselves. We've got to do the healing. We've got to fight for our right to love ourselves and one another, despite everything that the world has done to rip that from us, because they know what's up and the world needs us. And we should just go ahead and do them this solid and save the world for them.
Now, listen to everything these people have said. I can see that everybody has a point, but from my own personal point of view, I believe this particular woman who made this video didn't mean any harm. She was basically expressing something that she has observed and experienced, and a lot of palm-colored people, even Black women too, confirmed that this actually is a thing where they see a lot of palm-colored people gravitating towards them, maybe for advice or telling them their secrets, seeking some kind of comfort or whatever. So this is something that obviously happens, but I feel like some of our sisters, some Black women took offense to it because they feel like she's perpetrating the mommy stereotype. Black women are not there to make you feel good. Black women are not there to give you comfort and make you feel better about yourself. We only had to do that. We actually had to pick up that personality traits over years and pass down from generation to generation as a survival trait, because our ancestors had to take care of y'all from when you guys were children, and our ancestors had to make sure you guys feel good, because that kind of directly reflected on if we're going to be safe, if our family were going to be safe. So we had no choice but to make you guys feel good. And now things have changed. You guys are no longer entitled to us bending over backwards and doing the whole mommy thing to make you guys feel good. So I understand where that comes from. But the question that I have is, even though I believe some of these traits were picked up when Black women were in survival mode from the days of slavery and then passed from generation to generation, why is it that Black women do it to everybody and not just palm-colored people? Because even non-Black people have confirmed to the same kind of kind treatment, kind words, empowering words.
When I went to the crypto show, there were 2 Black women up there that were security guards. As soon as I walked in, they both smiled at me, and like they gave me this smile and this nod. And it was like a Black girl alternative nod type situation. Black woman alternative nod, like, and they were older. And that's all. I'm not gonna hold you. Like it felt good. I'm not gonna hold you. It felt so good. Like I was like, okay, how you doing? I didn't give them no attitude. But I didn't give a fuck about nobody else in that room. And I'm sitting here thinking about it. Every black woman that nodded and smiled at me, the security guard, even the most hardest looking one, smiled and nodded at me. Friendly as ever, didn't give me a hard time, looked at the back. But I ain't give a fuck about nobody else in that room. It just made me think about it. But go ahead. Go ahead, Miss Africa.
That matriarchal energy from black women. So it's not restricted to just palm-colored women who receive this kind of love and affirmation and all of that from black women. So this is one reason why I feel we cannot completely tie it to just slavery. And another reason I feel this way is that black people, I believe, are inherently kind. Black people are inherently accommodating. I feel like as a community, that is the way our people are. We are very family oriented. We know how to show love. We know how to make people feel safe and accepted, even when they are not a part of us in our community. And this is why I respect black people. This is why I respect black women specifically, because we are mothers. When people say black women are the first women on earth, this is what they mean. That mothering nature, that nature to protect, that nature to show love, is inherent in us. And I feel like, I'm not going to lie, this is one of the reasons why it was easy for all these people to take advantage of our people and do all the nasty things that they did to us over all these generations and all these decades. But then that is a discussion for another day. But all in all, I'm going to say that listening to what that woman had to say and what the other palm-colored women had to say made me sad for white people, because deep down, I feel like it is because they don't get enough love from their own side. Now, I'm not judging, but I feel like some of them are cold, passive-aggressive. I mean, if during the slavery times, their mothers were actually handing them over to black women to take care of them, that shows the level of maternal instinct that they have. That shows the level of value of family that they have. Just like this other lady said, they value individuality. They may not necessarily be a people that value community and family ties and being kind to one another. They have a language that, to me, is very heavy on passive aggressiveness, individuality, capitalism. They look for a way to take and not give back. And it also reflects on how they treat even themselves and even their children. So in my opinion, for a lot of palm-colored people to feel this particular way when they are showed even the littlest amount of love and affection, it shows how much that it is lacking in their life and in their community and even in their families. So because of the backlash this palm-colored lady was receiving, she actually came out to make this second video, which is a follow-up video or an apology.
Last week, I made a video about the power and magic that is behind when a black woman calls you baby and how it makes you feel. And that it feels like a soul hug, right? That video has since been reposted to hundreds of other pages and has kind of caused a little bit of uproar. And I just kind of wanted to address some things. When I made that video, I was speaking from my heart. Okay, I did not mean for it to, I started it off with, I hope this is not offensive to anybody, because I wanted to just shed light on how magical an experience like that is. Do you know what I mean? Do I say my words perfectly at all times and communicate things exactly how I want to communicate them? Absolutely not. I don't doubt that there are different words that I could have used or whatever. But like I said, when I made that, I was speaking from my heart. Now, because this video has been reposted to so many different pages, like my audience knows me, right? My audience knows my heart. A lot of them know where I come from. Since it has been spread throughout the interwebs, it's come across a lot of people that don't know me, that don't know anything about me, and it's come across the wrong way to a lot of people. I did not expect this to blow up the way that it did. I was simply sharing from an experience that I have. So the people that know me, a lot of them know where I grew up, I was the minority. Most of my friends were Black or people of color. And I am so grateful that I was able to grow up in a diverse environment, because I was able to experience other things that a lot of people that my color, where they grow up and they're just them and that's all that's there, don't get to experience. I grew up going to the cookouts. I grew up eating dinner with their families, going to their house. This was not my first experience with a Black woman or the Black community. I literally grew up in the Black community. Since I've moved to...
And let me say, I knew that. When she said crack, that's some up north shit. That's some hood shit. I just literally said it. And I can just tell from her voice that she has been. Because people who grow up in a certain environment, whatever dominant race is there, you can take on the voice of those people.
Texas from New York, right? New York, where I'm from. Yeah. Since I have moved here, I haven't had those experiences as much as I used to back home. Okay. And that particular day when that happened, it hit me in my chest. And like I said, it's like a soul hug. There's magic behind it. And that day I needed that. Okay. And it made me feel some type of way. So I felt like I should share it with the world to just...
Once again, she's from up north. She just said it. See, it's so funny how I played this video. And you see how all the Southern people came at her, not understanding what the up north woman's experience with culture is versus the Southern woman's experience with culture is.
Let everybody know, especially Black women, the power that they have behind them. I have always supported the Black community. I will always continue to support the Black community. And I did not say, also I want to address the crack thing. I did not say hits hard. I say hits harder than crack a lot because I was a crackhead. I wasn't addressing the Black community. I was addressing my damn self. And I am so sorry if that came across the wrong way. Because like I said, this video was open to a lot of people that have never seen my content, don't know me from a hole in the wall. And I understand how that could come across the wrong way. But I was referring to my damn self. I never intend, my content that I post is always made from love. It's made from my heart, and it's supposed to always come across as that. At the end of the day, as a content creator, I know that my content has the potential to be interpreted differently by every single person. Like, I know that that's the internet. Everyone is entitled to their opinions and their feelings, and I respect the hell out of that, okay? But I just felt like it was important for me to address a couple things. And yeah, there was never any ill intent behind that video.
I have seen this video pop up on my For You page, and I love her. She's such a sweetheart. The fact that she felt so loving and she felt some kindness being brought towards her through this Black lady that called her baby really warms my heart. And a lot of the comments on that video were great and fantastic and very welcoming. But some of these stitches that I keep seeing pop up about how they're educating her about the fact that Black women, not modern day Black women, not today's Black women, not y'all, not now, have had to please white women, and it's given the mammy effect. We cannot go and do anything without anybody bringing up how everything is tied to slavery. This girl is sweet and genuine. Leave her alone. Yeah, she didn't mean anything by it. Calm down.
The power and magic that is behind.
Before you even hear what I say, make sure you go and watch that video in its entirety, and maybe even the original video, because I did see the video on my For You page and I liked it and kept it moving. And she was telling no lies. So for somebody to be upset about this or to think that she was trying to be funny, she was not. She even made a disclaimer like before the video, just saying like, no disrespect. This is just how they make me feel when they say it. It was her truth. And where is the lie? Because I am a Black woman myself. But when another Black woman tells me or calls me, oh yeah, baby, it does something to my soul as well. It does. It gives auntie, grandma, everything's going to be all right vibes. So basically, that's just what I got from her. And if they got upset about that, I don't understand that at all. And the whole crack comment, like, come on now. Now TikTok. Y'all know when that song come on and it's crack, or them chips you be trying to eat and you know you ain't supposed to eat them because you on a diet anyway, but they so fire and crack, it's like crack, you keep eating them. Or like when Rihanna was like, who cares when it feels like crack? Like, we all know what that is, okay? So crack is whack, but then crack is other things too. So I feel like y'all just reaching with this video. Leave my cousin alone and have the day you deserve.
Now, after hearing everything that she has said, I want to know what you guys think. Do you think this lady making that video was wrong? Do you think she's perpetrating the mommy stereotype, which can be dangerous to Black women because any Black woman who doesn't give them that level of comfort and maternal nurturing is probably going to be perceived as a threat? Do you think her video was harmful to Black women, or do you think it was just a compliment and it came from a good place? Let me know. And if you're a Black woman watching this, has any palm-colored person ever expressed something like this to you? I want to know your thoughts in the comment section. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye.
Zero math skills needed. File your Fed and state returns free with TurboTax.
Come on, y'all.
Pay $0 to file. Roughly 30.
All right, folks.
That's what we're not doing. We're not doing that. There is another one. There is another one that I want to get out the way that I had saw for you guys. I don't got no more plastic black bags. I need to look. What was I about to do? Oh, yeah. All right. So I wasn't going to drag y'all with the guy who had to say what he had to say about Black women. I just wasn't going to drag y'all with that. There is another one. Black privilege. This Karen video, I want y'all to listen and examine this. And we are going to get into a very deep discussion before the damn maintenance get here with this particular video.
It's a little long, but you guys just watch it.
What's the age difference between the two?
What's your office phone number?
2 years, yeah. So that, I mean, I think even then,
What is your office phone number? I would like to file a complaint.
It's not very much of a gap.
What? You should not. I'm going to call the police.
So, given that, what are things when you were not here? What did that look like?
In my office building that does not belong here, and she's having a loud conversation she won't give any information.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like the police call. I would like the police to 900 South 74th Plaza. 900 South 74th Plaza. Correct. Correct.
People crazy.
You're the one who's in a building that.
But
I'm
no,
sorry.
that's fair. That's fair. That's a fair
No,
assessment.
it's not happening.
I have a number of things I could actually share on that, but I just think sisterhood is such a delicate.
Black.
It's just such a delicate. It's a
maroon
relationship. I think, and based on what you're saying, just in terms of distance, proximity is one thing. The other thing is, has it looked different even since March when your mom came? Because I feel like that could be, yeah. So that too, I think a lot of times.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. They are on their way. What is your address?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have this lady in our office, and she's not supposed to be in the building, and I've called the police. She is sitting in the common area, and she's recording me. She stated that she is not a tenant.
You did say that as like something to challenge yourself with, right? But like, and part of doing that and building relationships with other people is the other piece of that. Intentionally, I know it's part of it because you're moving back, like coming back home. So when you lived here before, what did that look like?
Oh, sorry, hold on. I have the owner of the building on the phone.
Would you like to be by
Here, hold on. He would like to talk to you.
I only enjoy being by myself.
He would like to talk to you.
I not only enjoy being by myself, I prefer it.
You have to.
Don't touch me. That's what you're do. Just do not touch me.
Do not record me.
Do not touch me. Don't do it. I promise you. If that's not what you want.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
Give me just a moment. The officers have listened in. Okay. I'm conducting a meeting here in this space due to my office. I'm locked out of the office. I had a client I was meeting with. She said that I was too loud, and so I put in my AirPods, and she's continued to come back and harass, and so I started to record her.
Okay, well, if you would have just said that you're locked out of your office.
But who are you? I don't have to answer to you.
And see, that's why I called the police.
And that's fine. That's your prerogative. Police are typically called when people don't feel safe. I did nothing to you. I'm just conducting a meeting in a building that I lease office space in that I'm currently locked out of.
But I didn't know that.
And why don't you? Because you don't know me. So you're a stranger.
So we'll just let you get back to what you're doing.
That's all I want to do is just finish meeting with a client who has heard her come in here and try to hit, snatch, take a phone. Why am I in here? Who am I? If your office is upstairs, why are you down here? I don't even know her.
Okay. Can you ask me one question? Or what is your
I'm in suite 302, and if you look through the door, you'll see Dr. Marquisha Frost. I'm not the first, but the second door. No, it's okay. I have a business card and identification.
We're just clarifying for the cameras. That's all.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
No, all of it is leased office space.
Well,
different levels are different businesses, but yeah, all of
well, we're gonna get out of your.
So, I hope you guys get the context of the whole thing. You couldn't see the black woman in question, but you could hear her over the phone. So I believe she was on the phone with her client, counseling someone, because if you heard what she was saying, you'd know that she was having a session, right? Over the phone. And then I'm guessing she probably had a second phone that she was using to film the Karen in question that kept coming and trying to demand some answers from her as to what she was doing there and if she was meant to be there. And it's just obvious the sense of entitlement that she had. Like, ma'am, you don't own the business. You're not the security person in charge of that building. What right do you have to be questioning people? It's a leased building. So now that you guys have seen that video, I'm going to play the follow-up video that was made by the sister at the other end of this whole interaction.
Hey, y'all. I just wanted to hop on really quickly and first say thank you for all of the support, the messages, the calls, the text messages. I'm so grateful and overwhelmed. I'm trying to answer as many of them as I can. There are just so many. So I thought posting this video might be helpful in providing you all an update. The video you all see posted actually took place on Monday, July 31st. So a little over a week ago. The only reason this video made it to social media, I'm still learning how to use TikTok, so y'all bear with me, but the only reason the video made it to social was because the owners of the building and the property managers have refused to take action. They have said that this is an incident that they don't believe requires their involvement. And so some of you have asked, did I file a police report? Yes. Did I file a protection order? Yes. I'm outside of the courthouse right now, waiting for the results of that order of protection. Did she hit me? No, she did attempt to hit me though, and she did attempt to take my phone. Some of you are questioning, how is this white privilege? Those of you who feel that it is not, are part of the problem. In addition to my being a life coach, and in addition to my being a counselor, I serve as the Vice President of Strategic Engagement at a local nonprofit. A big part of my job is strategizing around diversity, equity, inclusion, and race. This is a microaggressive situation. This is white privilege. This is bias, all on display. And I would encourage you all to follow, if you don't, All of Us Together Co. Many of you have talked about how calm I was and applauded those efforts. Yes, I pray. Yes, I meditate. But I'm also trained in DE&I facilitation by All of Us Together Co. It's a Black-owned human relations firm. The chief inclusion strategist, Ms. Mynisha Spencer, is incredible. Makes a world of difference in the work that she does. And it is because of her training that I knew how to navigate this situation and knew that my reporting it would make a really big difference. And so I thank her. We are living in a very trying time. Truly, people are not well. Some of you commented on her lack of wellness in this video. Lack of wellness does not constitute lack of accountability. Okay, so we have to hold those who are unwell
as accountable as we do. Black and brown people are held accountable in criminal justice systems, and they are not well on a daily basis. I'm outside of a courthouse that we all know disproportionately impacts those that look like me on a regular basis. Okay. So thank y'all again. I could go on and on. I appreciate y'all.
So you guys have seen all of that. So now, a sense of entitlement that Karen exhibited, like she's demanding answers. Now, it makes me wonder, are you that jobless? Like, what were you doing before you discovered that there was a Black woman sitting there and you decided to take it upon yourself to act as the security person in charge of the building? It does not make sense to me. So anyway, I'm just going to go right ahead and play people's stitches to the whole situation.
What's the age difference between the two?
What's your office phone number?
Why she just walking? Why she just walking there looking like a Norman Freeman character? Hold on, nah, y'all go get this joke. Usually I don't be explaining jokes, but today I got time. Now this is Norman Freeman. And this is one of the new characters I think is OB's best.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
My baby asked for no.
Now lie and tell me you don't see the resemblance. My bad, y'all got distracted. Basically, the reason why we're here is Dr. Marquisha Frost was sitting in what looked like a lounge in a building that she leases from, completing a call with a client when this lady came in hot, probably fresh off first watch of the Montgomery Sweet Tea Party, and she wanted to check her balance and see if her privilege card was going to get declined. She asked Dr. Frost question after question.
What's your office phone number? What is your office phone number? I would like to file a complaint.
And Dr. Frost carried on while she was carrying on. Double entendre.
Not very much of a gap.
What? You should not. I'm going to call the police. Office building that does not belong here.
She called the police, and Dr. Frost came with the receipt, and she left as dazed and confused as she was when she walked in the room.
You should not. I'm going to call the police.
I know many of you have seen this video, but please share it and promote the very, very beautiful way this professional woman handled this psychopath with no fashion sense and a fat belly hanging over her jeans. God, oh man, I mean, to stay that calm, she deserves an award. But also there's lots of lessons in the video about multitasking. She's recording, doing a Zoom call with a client, and dealing with this psychopath. Okay, then deals with the cops. I'm just saying, I want to be her. I want to be her. Can I be her?
A complaint. I'm going to call the police.
Oh, the places they will go if Karens just learn to mind their damn business. TikTok, I'm not bullying, so don't even give me that. I'm not bullying. Go back and watch that video real quick for me, y'all. After being the main aggressor in that whole thing, when she calls the police and the police come, she's in the hallway with her arms folded thinking she did something. She even rolls up with the officers like, yeah, you got you now. And first of all, she was claiming the homegirl was being too loud. I don't know about y'all, but I think homegirl would kill it in the ASMR field. And then when she finds out that she actually supposed to be there and she got locked out of her office, now she want to walk away. Now she's like, oh, you could have told me this. Why didn't you tell me? Y'all, why am I going to tell anything to somebody who looks like this? Shoot, I might need to book with sis, because if sis can handle my rage issues and have me calm like that.
What's the age difference between the two?
What's your office phone number?
I'm gonna explain this video of why I felt like this was so wrongly handled. I'm sure anybody knows somebody who has been through this type of situation. Now, the reason why I don't really care for how the officers handled that situation is because, first of all, the lady was on 10, okay? Because I ain't gonna lie, the lady was doing a lot. She was doing too much. She was doing too much. My thing is, don't come in here with, let me find the word. Don't come in here with that entitlement. You sitting here asking me who I am, and I don't even know who you are, but I know that I conduct business here in the place that I'm leasing. I mean, the Karen, you know, since she came here with all that entitlement, I wouldn't want to talk to her neither, because it's not like you showing me any identification of who you are or what placement you have in this building. I mean, if you complaining that I'm loud, like she said, okay, cool, I put in my AirPods and I continue with my business, but I'm currently locked out of my office. So, lady, what do you want? You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm always confused about them officers that come in with that type of attitude, especially the black dude. which really don't surprise me, but always confuses me. Right. That Black queen was keeping her composure, handling her business. She was not irate. She was sitting there doing what she was supposed to be doing. Because it's like you was low-key checking her, but then it's like when she answered your question, whoa, I'm just asking. No, because we know how y'all can get. She's stating where her address is, where her suite is, stating that her name is on there, and she letting you know she got identification to prove that. Because 9 times out of 10, that would have been y'all follow-up questions anyway. Like, I don't get that. Like, why y'all do that? But nah, shout out to her, how she handled that situation. Because, baby, and me, I had a lot more life to live and a lot of learning to do because I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
She's not supposed to.
This whole video is revolting. I mean, goddamn, how hard is it to just be a person? You know what? She should have walked in, seen that Dr. Frost was on the phone, and made the, oops, I'm sorry, I didn't see you on the phone, I'll be quiet face. But instead, she attacks her and makes her explain herself. What has been bothering me the most about it is that in order to be taken seriously, Dr. Frost has to handle it in a classy manner. It makes me realize just how much privilege I have.
I would like to file a complaint.
All right, TikTok, listen to me. This isn't bullying, I swear. But when I saw this video, there was just something about the way that white lady looked that just reminded me of something. This is what she looked like to me. This is not bullying. This is analysis. Does she not? When I saw that video, she reminded me of this man from Men in Black. That's all I have to say.
Do not record me.
Do not. I just want to say that the level of patience that this intelligent Black woman has for this Neanderthal baby is absolutely beyond my existence. And I cannot reiterate enough that you deeply melanated people need to start pressing charges on these Neanderthals. When they physically assault you and they physically threaten you, you need to press charges. It's the same scenario with a lot of these Karen videos going around when we are just recording and we are not pressing legal action. Any of these Karens, because this is not the first video I've seen, when that woman reached over and grabbed your phone and that woman reached over, basically assaulted you, and you said, don't grab me. She said, don't record me. When that officer came in there, I would have nicely explained to him what happened. And afterwards, I would have said, I want to press charges on her. I have her on footage assaulting me. Nothing is ever going to get done if we just sit there and record and they call the police and then the police leave like ain't nothing happened. Y'all need to start going downtown and pressing charges out on these people because this is getting out of control. Period.
See, you guys, I agree with them. The level of patience that sister exhibited, I have never seen anything like that. I like to think of myself as a calm person, but you see that sister, she takes the cake. I don't know how she did it. She was very patient. And then the fact that despite all the distraction and all the trying to grab her phone and everything that the Karen did, this sister on the other end was able to maintain a conversation with her client on the phone without getting distracted. People were up in the comments asking her, do you meditate? Do you do yoga? How did you do it? How are you able to concentrate? I might just be patronizing her, like for real, because you see that whole video, it might as well have been a business advert for herself because people are like, whatever form of training you do or counseling you do or whatever, I want to sign up because the level of patience you exhibited, the way you were able to keep your calm, I need some of that. Like for me to be able to control my anger issues, I need to come and patronize you.
Baby, I need her card. I need to know if you do online sessions. I don't even know what type of doctor you are, but the way you were so calm, baby, put me in a session.
Those are the kind of comments that people were dropping in the comment section. And I am right there with them because that lady was so professional, so soft-spoken, still concentrating on her client. and still dealing with the whole situation in the first place. I definitely commend her for that. Now, did you guys see when Karen had to do the walk of shame after she had successfully called the police officers, and then the black woman responded, and then she realized that she was now looking like a fool for acting up and demanding answers when she had no right? The sister didn't have to answer to you. She didn't actually. And then you successfully called the police, and she gave the police all the answers that they needed. Now, I'm wondering, why are these people able to just call the police whenever they please, even when there's no obvious threats or danger? They just call the police on black people, and when the police come and find out that it was a false alarm, they just let them go. Like nothing happens, no repercussions. I've seen this happen a lot, and I'm like, why is it like that? Why? Then people were also criticizing the policeman because he didn't really want to let the lady speak. She was trying to express herself, talking about how they could verify that she owned an office space there and all of that. And he kind of like was shutting her up or making it sound like she was overreacting or whatever. And I'm like, why? A lot of people call the policeman out for that as well. It's really crazy to me because I see no reason why in a building where office spaces are being leased out to people, you should know that you're going to see people that you don't know. Because it's not a private building. It's leased out to different businesses. So the fact that this particular woman came and demanded answers and started acting like a security person, like, I don't even know. How threatening could the black woman have looked that she couldn't have even waited for her to get off her phone to ask her politely, oh, sorry, I don't know you before. Do you work here or whatever? Of which you're not still entitled to an answer, even if you were to ask politely. But if you had asked politely and acted like a human being without interrupting her when she was having a counseling session on the phone, maybe she would have given you an answer than acting like some entitled, spoiled. You know what? Let me not get worked up. You guys, let me know what you think in the comment section. Would you have handled that situation any differently? I, for one, know that if the lady had started grabbing my phone and gotten into a tussle with me, I don't know how if I would have remained calm. I don't know. So kudos to that sister once again. You guys let me know what you think in the comment section. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye.
This is a public service announcement for all my brothers and sisters in Christ on TikTok. Please don't take it too harshly. Stop making Christian remixes to secular songs. Just stop doing it. They all sound terrible. And I get it. Hey, I want to remix this for the Lord. I go to Bible study because Jesus, he loves me. Stop doing it.
You are speaking English with a British accent. I'm speaking English with a Southern accent. We both lost. Nobody won. Shut up.
Oh, so fabulous.
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel once again. It's your girl Dumebilia. If this is your first time coming across my channel, you're welcome. I do hope you decide to subscribe. And if you are a returning subscriber, you guys know that I love you. Like, how can you see? Before I go off, let me just play people's speeches and responses to that video.
But they got white names, you know what I mean? Like, maybe like something Thompson, you know what I mean?
You know what's funny about this is that majority of Africans in Africa will either have an English name or an Arabic name. I went to a school that had close to 500 people altogether, and me and my younger sister were the only ones that I was aware of that had indigenous names, Sukuma names. Self-hate and having an identity crisis is such a huge pandemic in Africa that you as an African should not be out here talking about African Americans, people that you don't even understand or know about. And the last thing is, if you aren't properly knowledgeable on the reasons why African Americans live the way they do today, then you just shouldn't talk about it. African Americans have gone through 500 years of oppression. They've managed to free themselves, build up their communities, make their own cultures that you also participate in. For you to go out of your way and have a caption like that, it's just a slap in the face to African Americans.
I think I can speak for all the Black diaspora when I just say, shut up. For those Africans who live in European nations, you are not better than any other Black person. Literally. They put some of y'all in concentration camps. They deport y'all. They kill y'all just as they do anywhere else, right? The relationship between those of the diaspora and those in Africa or ones who migrated to Europe is really interesting to me. Before we get into that, let's talk about how majority of the countries do not have their local language as their main language. Guess what? It's either French, Portuguese, Spanish, English. No European has really given 2 cents or about y'all. They took your country, took your people, took your resources, and literally told you, that's it. You have to speak my language now, and y'all do it effortlessly. The thing about African Americans, this is not technically our land, and we know that. Y'all have, honestly, roughly about 24 countries. Not all of these are listed here, but y'all have 24 countries that speak English, and that's their main language. What are y'all excuse for y'all not being able to have control over your continent? Like, all respect and love to those who are African and who aren't judging us and aren't nitpicking just so that the white man can see you. They see you and they still don't care about you. You're not getting any cookies, any points, baby. Some Africans definitely have to find a hobby, like getting your continent back, like getting your country in order, like not being a third world country. A lot of us were enslaved. What's your excuse? And you cannot bring up Ethiopia or any other country. I think it's Liberia or Libya, one or the other. Y'all can't bring those 2 countries up because the majority of people talking ish are the ones that got conquered.
The diaspora war strike again. Here we have this African Australian man saying that African Americans have white last names. It's almost like they're owned by white people. You don't say, Mr. African Australian man. I wonder why it is that African Americans would have white last names like they were owned by white people. Why is that? Why do you think that is? You got some nerve too, sitting over there sounding like Crocodile Dundee and shit. But hey, at least you know your last name.
Something Thompson, you know what I mean?
Damn, son. You speak English just like we do, bro. You got a British accent, we got an American accent. It's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black, bro. Don't let that saying go over your head for the ones that don't understand that shit.
Something Thompson, you know what I mean?
I'm convinced of 2 things. Number 1, that TikTok likes to push out negative conversations when it comes to Black people, African descent, or people from the continent of Africa. And number 2, I'm convinced that we eat that shit right up. Because look at the comments, look at the amount of views that this person has compared to a video that I posted yesterday of me learning traditional dances from my own African roots. Why is my video not viral? But his video is doing numbers. You see it all the time. Videos like this get so much engagement. And yeah, I do think that TikTok does push this narrative out, but I also think it's up to us to not like eat that up. It's like as if we would rather have these negative conversations rather than watch positive conversations surrounding Africanness. I don't know. What's your thoughts?
Something Thompson, you know what I mean?
Yes, a lot of Black Americans do have European surnames. But you know what I find funny is that the minute that many of you get to go abroad, many of you go to London, some of you come here to the US, the first thing you do when you want to assimilate into the Western culture is you shorten your ethnic name. Now you're going by Fumi, Chike, Femi, oh, just call me Nia, and that's okay. Now, if you don't understand why Black Americans have European surnames, then you need to get educated. Do better, do better, do better. Because at your big age, you should not be on Beyonce's internet with the foolery.
I think Thompson, you know what I mean?
Every time this conversation comes up, it's just a reminder of the fact that people don't spend a ton of time cultivating topics for their podcasts. But that aside, I will never be able to understand why, 1, we routinely have this conversation, but 2, why we have this conversation void of context. Because you know, I know, we know why there are so many Black Americans with European or white sounding last names. We all know why. And the question that I want to ask you is, what is funny about slavery? Because we posit this conversation as though it's something that is like funny, right? The butt of the joke being Black American people not knowing where they come from and having been owned. Let's all take a moment to remember the fact that many of the people who engage in these conversations hail from countries that have been and technically still are colonized by European countries. So all of us as a collective have suffered under the foot of white supremacy. And yet we sit here and point fingers at people as though they are an other and as though they're different. And what I want to also note is, you might not have a European sounding last name, but a lot of y'all have European first names. Because the trend in practice is to maybe have a cultural or traditional name that you use amongst your family, close friends, relatives, and then a Western name that you use to function in the rest of the world. Why is that? I think we all know why. We all know why, because it is likely easier to have a Western sounding name in a society and realm that is heavily influenced by white supremacy. But yet, you know, here we are poking fun at Black American people because, oh, your last name's Thompson, instead of insert traditional sounding name from region, country, place of origin, tribe, whatever, in Africa. I need us to all be serious, because I would bet money that you indulge in many of the cultural practices of the very community that you're taking the time to poke fun at and ridicule. The earring and the streetwear alone say it all. And I want to add that I say this as someone who is Black American and Ghanaian. My dad immigrated here from Ghana, and my mom descends from enslaved people. And I'll just note that my dad and all of his siblings have British names. Their last name is traditional, but their first names are not.
You never see that in African person. It'll be like.
So I'm not someone who likes to participate in the diaspora wars. I'm good on that. But I do find it troubling to see African people making fun of African Americans for having gone through enslavement. You're right. Many of us do have typically, historically, white surnames, first names, so on and so forth. But that's because our identities were erased for hundreds of years. Really funny. But you're wrong about the piece where you said that that doesn't happen in Africa, because colonization has made it so that many people throughout Africa have Hebrew names, Arabic names, Germanic names, so on and so forth. What are you talking about?
Something that will never fail to confuse me is why we even have diaspora wars. Like, boom. We live on this earth. We were all colonized. All of us. All of us. A lot of us, even y'all, can't even go back home because our countries are so bad. The idea that we other ourselves as Black people is just so insane to me. But then also, I will say, it's very interesting that people who are in touch with their culture, people who know their culture, like to shit on Black Americans for their lack of culture, as if they could control that. Like, let's use our brains here. We all know the story. Black people stolen from Africa, taken to America. But here's the part y'all seem to forget. They were whipped and told not to practice their African traditions. They were told to get rid of their African names, right? Let's not forget that, right? You know what's so amazing about Black Americans, though? They got everything stripped away from them, right? And then they created their own culture. And think about Black American culture. Everybody in the world wants to be a Black American. And don't even lie, we hear y'all with the UK drill rap. Y'all want to be Americans so bad. Black American culture has influenced the entire world, and especially music. Like, if we're talking about music, Black Americans are the pioneers. Rock, jazz, R&B. There's just so much house music. Like, let's not get into it. So I would really appreciate if Black people around the world would stop shitting on Black Americans and stop shitting on them for things that they cannot control. I just think it's very redundant. Like, we could talk about how Black people have white names and how they don't even know where they come from and they didn't even speak another language. But like, what does that do for us? Like, actually, our rights are being stripped away from us as we speak. And y'all are over here concerned about what last name a Black person has. Also, it be the bitches from the UK and Australia talking in them dumbass accents, talking about, y'all are stuck in the UK and Australia eating nasty ass food, especially you bitches in the UK. Y'all are stuck eating white people goulash. Okay, at least we got good food over here, okay?
Something Thompson, you know what I mean?
Please go back and watch that video for full context. But I'll also want to talk about a process called seasoning. Now, this was a process that took place during the transatlantic slave trade, in which enslavers had to prepare newly captured, newly enslaved Africans for the climate, the environment of the Americas, both the physical climate, environment, as well as the social climate and environment. And this included stripping newly captured, newly enslaved Africans of their names, their identity, their culture, their heritage. They were separated from their families because in the minds of these enslavers, if they did this to these newly captured, newly enslaved Africans, it would lessen the chances of them rebelling, and it would make them more obedient and submissive to them as slaves. And also, we also have to keep in mind that as the generations grew and more enslaved Africans were shipped to the Americas, that many of them began to take on the names of their owners. So this is where you're going to get the last name Thompson, Greer, and things like that. So if you're not well versed in African American history, Black history, please don't do no podcast spouting out all these lies, this nonsense. Educate yourself.
He is definitely from the South. Okay, he's from the South. See, this is what is happening, everybody. I want y'all to pay attention to what's happening. See, where a lot of you people, and I messed up something. I knew I did. Where a lot of you people kind of like fucked up, and I'm going to tell you y'all all fucked up, is y'all started coming at the wrong people with this Black shit. See, there's another quiet thing that is going on here that y'all have to pay attention to. A lot of the up north people are tired, you know, of the immigrant hate of America and the immigrants spewing and saying the most ignorant shit that they can find, laughing at niggas and Black people being in slavery. This is something we go through as people from up north, okay? I just want you to know that. As people from up north, this is what we constantly and consistently go through with these people. All right? Now that I got that out. Now, notice that the Southern people are the ones that are coming at these people. Notice that the Southern people are the ones that are like, let me give you a little history. Let me teach you something about yourself. Let me tell you. Now, one guy, he did have a northern accent, but he gave me southern vibes, okay? But notice that up north people are not fighting no more with that. They're not fighting these immigrants no more. They don't got nothing to say to them. They don't got nothing to say to their ignorance. They're letting everybody else fight them. See, that's another quietest kept thing that's going on. Because the accent just kept getting southern and southern and southern. So, yeah, man, let's go.
and be better.
Thompson, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Question. Why they got white names? Why they got white names? Let's use our critical thinking skills. Matter of fact, why are you talking in English right now? Ask yourself, why am I, as a Black African, speaking in English? Ask yourself that right now. Because we're Jimmy Palm. You're very foolish, because I'm so over all this ignorance, especially coming from like Black Africans and Caribbeans and Black South Africans. Like, it's really crazy. It's even crazy when it comes for them, because I'm like, y'all just got off different boats. Like, what are we really doing? No, seriously. Like, this gotta stop. Like, this ignorance is ridiculous. If you go to the continent right now, you're gonna see a lot of Black Africans with Arabic last name, Portuguese last name, Spanish last name, French, English. Like, I knew a lot of Wilsons, a lot of Smiths, a lot of Williams in Ghana. And y'all fancy, and y'all not shanty. What? Yeah. Y'all need to stop, because this is disgusting. Stop.
I know everybody's seen that video, so I'm not telling people to go back to watch it for context. One of the things that I just see that's kind of weird is when I went back and watched like a couple of more videos of that podcast, what I noticed was by everybody else's accent, they ain't been here past 8 years. Now, you obviously been here longer than them, so it's supposed to be someone like you to educate the others on bullshit like this. And them being on, bruh, my bloodline started in Nigeria and never left Nigeria. I have Portuguese last name. So you consider me being on too? Right. Pascal is not an African indigenous name. So the first reference you gave, you failed with it. Right. These people being hands-on fighting, guns for guns, community for community. They've been fighting this white supremacy, and look at where the advancement, where they at right now. We're not even close in the motherland. NATO still controls our water. The US controls our water and the imports of whatever comes in our countries. Ghana got a military base in their country. They gave Bill Gates the directives to go to Nigeria and partner with our healthcare. White supremacists who sponsoring genocidal civil shit in Sudan and other parts of Africa. So if there's anybody that's being owned, bruh, it's not them. Let's just be factual, bruh. It's not them. A little history of how civil rights gave all the demographics of immigrants coming to this country. It was them. Yeah, it was them, not us. So you saying they're owned when I know for sure some of your family members got English European names. Your family members are owned too? A little research, bro. Less than 10 minutes of research gonna tell you how shit is the way it is. Like all this semantics that we doing, bro. Nah, that's not it, bro. That's not it at all. You wrong for that.
As expected, you could see a lot of the African Americans were disappointed and upset, because I think it hits different when it's your own people, when it's your skin folk. But of course, we know not all skin folk are kin folk. But in this case, I think it's just ignorance. So how can you, a full-grown man, that's a full-grown man. He's not a baby, okay? A full-grown man not know the history of African people and slavery and colonization. How can you not know? And you're making jokes, very insensitive jokes about your people. And it's funny, like he's not even the only one laughing. Like they were all kicking with him. And I don't get the joke. What is funny? You know, it's so embarrassing as an African to hear a fellow African talk like that. And that's not even an African in Africa. So that is somebody that is not even on the continent. Like, so you cannot say you've been shielded from the fact that there are Black people everywhere. You cannot say you're ignorant or there's lack of exposure now. That's not an excuse you can use. So I don't know why you choose to be ignorant, or maybe you know the truth, you know exactly the history and all of that, but you just choose to make it a joke, of which if you're like, it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. It's sad how some of us are trying to bridge the gap between the African diaspora. We're trying to achieve Pan-Africanism, and you on the other end, the disgrace of the community, the shameless one of the community, you are there making senseless jokes. Have you forgotten that over here we're speaking English? We're actually answering English first names. My name is Leah. That's definitely not an African name. As a matter of fact, my parents did not give us English names. Leah is a name that I chose for my confirmation. I'm Catholic, so we do confirmation where you get to choose a name. So my siblings and I got to choose our English names as regards to the way it is done in the Catholic Church for confirmation. But my parents did not give us English names intentionally because they had so much pride in our names. But for you to see an African American that had no choice in the matter and decide to criticize them and make it a joke, at the end of the day, you're the one who's looking foolish. You're the one who's looking stupid. I'm sorry to say. I want our people to do better. I want this diaspora wars to stop. And I'm so sure that in the comment section, I will still see someone say, we always knew Africans don't like us. There's one African that I met that hates me, that did this to me and did that to me. And it disappoints me to see all the generalizations because you cannot see the platform that I have and the things that I say and how much I and some other people who do what I do, because I'm not the only one, how much we try to bridge the gap and still come in the comment section and generalize that all Africans are this way, all Africans are that way, and you're saying negative things. It's kind of like I'm pouring water on a stone. Like, what's the essence of trying to bridge the gap if we are still going to just believe these stereotypes about each other? What's the point? Like, we're supposed to have a discussion. We are supposed to be getting rid of our old ways of thinking and understanding each other better. Forget those generalizations and negative stereotypes that we have been taught by white supremacy and all these other Western people. Now we have a chance to talk one-on-one. I'm not saying every African has a Pan-African mind, but I'm also sure not every other Black person in the diaspora also has a Pan-African mind. There'll be those of us that believe in Pan-Africanism and supporting each other, that we are one, we got to help each other, we have to come together. And there will also be some of us that don't believe in it. You can't make people believe what they don't believe. But if you're going to be on this platform, that is what I talk about. I talk about Pan-Africanism, I talk about being pro-Black, I speak about issues that affect Black people in different parts of the world. So it's counterproductive, and it actually hurts me when I see people in the comment section still come and say, oh, Africans never liked us, Africans are this and that, and well, whatever. I think someone who says things like that, you're really no different from this African brother in this video that is saying this. Really. Oh, okay, I went off on a tangent. I'm so sorry, I'm back. You guys, please let me know what you think in the comment section. I'm tired of the diaspora wars, honestly, but I will keep addressing them until there's a change. I believe I'm doing my own little bit, and I want you guys to do yours as well if you believe like we can bridge that gap. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye.
There's a reason why Americans are more polarized than ever. We just haven't been able to pinpoint exactly what it is until now. Partisan tensions are inescapable in the modern era. Today, nearly 2/3 of Americans say that we are more divided as a nation than we've ever been before. This isn't about policy. This is about emotion. This is about hatred. We can't solve polarization until we understand where it's coming from. We have to find out what's causing partisan animosity to grow in this country. We've created the most detailed report on American political polarization that's ever existed. We call it America's Political Pulse. We think of it as an EKG of American democracy. And our research suggests that there's a very clear and singular reason for why partisan animosity.
I'm on my way.
In these challenging economic times, finding a stable, well-paying job is more challenging than ever. But remember, God has given us talents to...
Alrighty then.
You are speaking English with a British accent. I'm speaking English with a Southern accent.
The Becky situation where they was dragging Becky, and I had skipped it because I had somebody here, so I'm gonna go back to that.
This is a public service announcement for all my brothers and sisters in Christ on TikTok. Please don't take it too harshly. Stop making Christian remixes to secular songs. Just stop doing it. They all sound terrible. And I get it. Hey, I want to remix this for the Lord. I go to Bible study because Jesus, he loves me. Stop doing it.
Oh, so fabulous.
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel once again. It's your girl Dumebilia. If this is your first time coming across my channel, you're welcome. I do hope you decide to subscribe. And if you are a returning subscriber, you guys know that I love you. It's so good to have you here. Welcome back. So my usual disclaimer, this video is strictly for educational purposes. Please do not go searching out the people that I talk about in this video. Don't send them any form of hate comments, threats, or violence. This channel does not support any of that. So today's video is something quite interesting. I don't know how this keeps happening. Just like when you think you've seen the worst of these people and their caucasity, they do something even stranger. And they will stand on what they do and defend it and try to justify it and try to gaslight Black people. And then this is another one of those episodes where it is also linked to Christianity. And as a Christian, rolling my eyes so hard, they're almost getting stuck up in my head. So to give you guys a rundown of this whole thing, there was this song that went viral by a Black individual. Now I'm referring to this individual, the artist that sang this song, as they, them, because they are non-binary and those are the pronouns that they choose to go by. And I want to apologize in advance because I'm not really used to this whole pronoun thing. So just in case I make a mistake during the course of this video and use the wrong pronouns, please, it's not intentional. So I'm just apologizing in advance. So this artist is called Iniko and she released this song called Jericho. I think it started trending on TikTok back then in April and it was a whole sensation. You cannot be on TikTok and say you didn't hear that song. It's either you heard the song or you saw people making videos with the song or people doing their own covers, their own instrumentals, adding to the song. Like it was viral. Now, this song was really soulful. The lyrics were really powerful. The harmony, her voice, everything about it was just so powerful. A lot of people connected to it. And a lot of people were actually speculating what she was singing about because the lyrics were just not like your regular everyday lyrics. A lot of people say they saw it as a motivational song. Christians were talking about how the song also talks about the Battle of Jericho in the Bible. And then there were also people who were non-Christians trying to also explain what the song represented or meant for them.
I actually think this song is based off the Isaiah scrolls or the book of Isaiah in the Bible. Two things they say in the song is Jericho, Jericho, walls go down.
I'm from outer space. This woman is talking about astral projection and telepathy. When she says, I have a vision from the grave, they want to call signs. She can communicate with the grave.
So as usual, there were rumors about the song being demonic, about how Christians should avoid the song.
That is Lucifer. That he's been dreaming about flying for a long time. Go check these words to compare if what I'm saying is not what the lady is saying, which I think is what Satan is saying.
There was just a whole argument on people really trying to decode what this song was about and what could probably have inspired the artist and what she was talking about. I personally don't really get into all these conspiracy theories, especially when it has to do with anything that has to do with the devil. I never went deep into trying to make up my mind about if it was demonic or whatever. I just enjoyed the song. And when it was done trending, we all moved on from it. So now fast forward to this present day. I think this happened late in September, where this palm-colored woman who is a TikToker and she says she's also a Christian. Her entire TikTok is about her talking about her Christian life and how she sings as well. She's a Christian gospel artist.
I need y'all to understand something as Black women. And I need you to understand as a very spiritual Black woman. You have to keep that spiritual protection up. You have to constantly cleanse your aura. Okay? You have to constantly just get some Florida water, just make some rose water. There's different orange water. There's so many different ways of cleansing your aura. Just Google it. But it's best to have your own book and your own formula. Okay? As a Black woman, you have to get those protection candles up. Okay? Check in with your aura. I was going into the SW while I fucking put this stuff together. But it's also about something deeper than that. And what I'm saying is, what you gotta understand is that as a Black woman, when you are channeling, when you are talking about different spiritual things and that, and then depending on who you fucking on top of that, you have to put your guard up. You got people who they're using their spiritual magic on some religious shit. And I'm telling you this as an intuitive psychic. That they're using, I realize out here, like they're using their spiritual magic on some religious shit to try to control shit and try to control people. And this is why they're acting out this way. You have to put your guard up so you don't, so the reason you do this is so people think twice before they do shit to you. That's why I get stared at. That's why people don't approach. That's why people don't say nothing. That's why they stare.
Artist, and then this woman went viral for making a Christian remake of the song.
Yeah, I'm a free agent now, nothing's standing in my way. I've been dreaming about heaven for a long time.
And now I think when she did the remake, it went viral and people were giving their opinion about how she stole the song and how she's probably going to get copyright infringement and maybe probably get charged and things like that. But I think what triggered people more, myself included, was when this woman was seen having an interview, maybe at a church program or whatever. She was on a platform.
And I sit here and I listen to how this young lady or this person that refers to they, them, how they got attacked. So now I'm looking at their aura and what's going on around them, and why when they just wrote a fucking song that we have been seeing for all of us people that have been around here in the music world and spiritual world, she makes this song and it turns into a big ass controversy for this fucking woman to start fucking with her.
From talking about how she heard the original song by the artist Iniko, and then she decided that the song was demonic, and then she decided to remake the song to the glory of God and decided to put a Christian spin on the demonic song.
I come across this song.
I'm from outer space.
And it's a song called Jericho. I don't know why, but I can't stop listening to it. Oh, I'm so hypnotized. Like she's angelic. This is Lucifer. He is singing to a generation, trying to get us to identify with him. You guys, in minutes, when I came home from my vacation, cleaning the house, I got rewrite lyrics and it went viral.
Hi, I've been saved by grace. I got Jesus on my mind and his blood running through my veins. And when he moves, he makes all hell rumble. He won't ever fall, never stumble. He's coming soon, so you better get humble. Bend your knee or like Jericho crumble.
A lot of Christians said thank you, like I knew something was off, but I didn't know why. I am famous on TikTok as a colonizer, white supremacist, racist, fake Christian. I've been called Jezebel. I've been called everything by Christians and non-Christians. And that's what happens when you hit demonic veins. There's going to be backlash. There is no way I would have had this song, and there is no way I could have survived the backlash. But because of the Holy Spirit and because of all the wilderness seasons in my life that I've actually been through, I'm able to say that you guys have nothing. You have nothing. Like there's nothing you can say. You're like Nerf darts. When the Lord gives us a word, we need to have been in the wilderness with him, have the power of the Holy Spirit, so that when we come forth boldly with the song of the Lord or a word of the Lord, whatever it is that God calls you to say, we can stand in the truth.
I find it strange that you picked her song specifically. There are plenty of songs that are actually demonic, and you picked an uplifting one. Okay, so first of all, I didn't pick a song to remake. This was never my intent. I don't remake songs. I'm an original singer-songwriter. I was cleaning my house and literally remake words dropped to me to this entire song in a matter of 5 to 10 minutes. The original song, Jericho, had popped up on my FYP page so many times, I think because I hashtag singer-songwriter a lot. And the first time I heard it, I just knew, I felt in my spirit, like something just kind of stabbed me. I felt like a discernment that this is...
She's jealous. She's jealous. She was very jealous to see somebody that looked that unique, and this is me reading this. She was very jealous to see somebody who was unique, spontaneous, beautiful, black, because she's a racist too. She was very jealous to see that. And she was jealous to see how much attention this woman got. And so she used that to usurp the energy and do the shit that she's doing. But you need to know, at the end of the day, the reason why she going back on camera talking the way she talking is because ain't nobody buying the shit. Ain't nobody buying her shit. And the thing is, what you got to understand as spiritual people, all right? Because now I'm going to have to take it here. You are always going to fucking win. Okay? Uh-oh, what the fuck did I do? CR. This is 8. Okay. You need to know that you will always win. Okay? Always. They cannot touch who and what you are. Why I say you're going to win? Because what's happening now with Becky is everybody has been on to her, but now she doesn't realize how the target is on her at this point. Becky's not realizing this. And this might be an old video. I don't know how old this video is. The target is on her. Yeah, even though it's a year ago. People are on to her. Her own women have even told on her about her microaggression and the bullshit that she do. Her own women have told her that. You have to also understand, too, that when you are a spiritual woman, truly a spiritual woman, okay, I'm going up. Okay, I remember now. When you are truly a spiritual woman, when you are truly about that motherfucking life, you must live about that life. No ifs, ands, and buts. Don't let nobody try to bully you. Nobody try to tell you anything about whatever. Fuck them. People like this can't come into your cipher, and even if they come into your cipher, they ain't gonna be able to stay long. Trust me when I tell you. Let me just see. I already see the outcome of this shit. I had to jump in and say something, but go ahead, yo.
This is a strategic song from the enemy, and that was it. I didn't have an answer. I didn't comment on the post. I didn't come down on the creator, nothing. I went away for a few weeks, and when I came home from vacation, bam, the words just hit me, and I felt like it was from the Holy Spirit. I honestly had no idea the impact it would have. I did it for my Christian community and to bring glory to God. And Nico has said something, though. They wanted to know why they're being called Satan and demonic just for existing. That's such a victim take, honestly. Aniko wrote words that were cool.
Aniko has said something, though. They want to know why they're being called Satan and demonic just for existing. See? That's what the song... See, she's so fucking stupid. She don't even realize that the song is about people like her. And that's what the comment is telling her. The song is about people just like you. Jealous, envious, racist, mad, SW running through your goddamn veins that hate women, that you attacked a young girl dressed up as a fairy. You ain't attacked that other bitch. There's real demonic and satanic songs that's out here. Why are you not attacking them? This is how people look stupid. There's demonic and satanic songs out here. I can show you songs from the 70s and 60s that's talking to Satan and talking to the demons. Why you not attacking them? Why you not remixing their fucking songs? This is what makes these people look stupid.
Clearly controversial. And then made a music video, which she's wearing like this, what looks to be a crown of thorns. It's kind of more demonically charged. She's on an altar looking thing. I mean, this is definitely a bold, controversial take. As an artist myself, I can't imagine that she wouldn't expect some difference of opinions when it comes to Christians. Our society has gone crazy.
Bitch.
I never once called Aniko a demon or Satan, and I haven't seen anyone on the internet, and I've seen a lot now because it's on my algorithm, talk about the song Jericho and talk about Aniko as an artist, and I haven't once heard anyone anyone Christian calling her Satan. Now, what I have heard is people calling out the lyrics because according to the word of God, which we define as absolute truth, they are descriptions of Lucifer. Google it, like ascending above the heavens, being far away, right? They were cast down. Not to mention,
these are the stupid people of the world. This is what you do. You cleanse your aura for. You cleanse your aura because you don't want these motherfuckers coming around you. You want your energy to possess such a heavy protective energy that they look at you and they think motherfucking twice. Trust me when I tell you.
And the whole thing about not being humble, the Bible says the Lord gives grace to the humble and opposes the proud. And then there's the reference, the out of context use of Jericho, which I'm sorry, it's just too much of a stretch for me, you guys, that it's about her African ancestry. I wouldn't know what Aniko is trying to communicate about this whole situation because she's blocked me a long time ago.
At this point, I'm guessing you guys already know why this whole thing is problematic. It is one thing for you to be inspired by a song and want to do a cover or a remake or whatever. And it is another thing for you to come out and say another person's hard work.
See, this is what she don't realize, and this is where she's stupid. She did all what she did, but what she does not know, because she looks like a Gen Xer. What she does not realize is a lot of Black people are not religious, baby. That's what she don't realize. There's a lot more Black people who are spiritual than what you know. A lot of them have left the church. They have been walked away from that lifestyle. And it's not even so much about the religious belief. It's just about the way that you did it. It's the way she did it. And it's who she attacked on top of that. It's like, so you just gonna attack a young lady. Okay, hold on. You just gonna attack this young lady. This is all R's over here, right? Yeah. You just gonna attack. This is the L. I think this is an R. Yes, it is. Okay. This young lady who did nothing but make a song, who knows how long it took her to make this song and this video, and it went viral, and you had to be a narcissist. But I'm gonna just let it keep going.
Another person's creativity, another person's source of livelihood is demonic, thereby discouraging people from engaging with that song and from patronizing the artist and promoting their music. And then you're giving people a safer option, which is your Christian version that is approved by the Holy Spirit. You guys, I'm just going to go right ahead and play people's stitches to this whole situation.
I wanted to know why they're being called Satan and demonic just for existing. That's such.
There is absolutely nothing demonic or controversial about the lyrics to that song. What it was is Black. It was rooted in Blackness.
Thank you.
It was written by a Black woman.
That's right.
It was just Black, and you just could not take that.
Yes,
so you just had to find a way, just like a lot of you tend to do. You had to find a way to center yourself into all the attention she was getting. So what did you do? You took all that race rhetoric and you balled it up and you hid it under the guise of Christianity.
That's right.
Which, let's be realistic, Christianity is rooted in racism.
Thank you.
And racism is rooted in Christianity.
Thank you.
So there's absolutely nothing about that song that's demonic or evil. You are just trying to make people believe it is in order to push this racist rhetoric that you keep pushing. You took her song and you colonized it, and it's just terrible.
Right.
Make me understand how you just couldn't sleep at night because her song bothered you that much, right?
Right.
But there's songs that have been out there for years, like Bukowski by Modest Mouse, for instance. Did you know that this song is written about atheism? Like, Modest Mouse are atheists, and they wrote a song about atheism. Where's your remake to that song? Oh, and one of my favorites.
And see, she listened out the songs. The whole album for you, baby. The whole album where they talking to the demons and Satan. One of my favorite albums. I ain't even gonna hold you. That album is lit. A lot of rappers sampled that fucking album, okay? Motherfucking, don't even get me started with motherfucking homeboy. What's his name? Honestly, Black Sabbath, the songs up on there. Come on now. But she about to do it. Let's see. She all sisterfied up now. She ready to tear her. She's jealous, y'all. Clearly, she's fucking jealous. The first thing that came out, I'm a music artist, I'm this and that. Who the fuck is she? Have we ever heard of her? And we still never heard of her. Jericho's song is still motherfucking going. Jericho is still going. Jericho, she said, oh, she blocked me a long time ago. Hell yeah, she blocked you a long time ago. And that's why you did the shit you did, because you probably was up in her inbox harassing her. And as soon as she started really ignoring your goofy ass, or probably tearing your ass up on your religious shit, because Jericho from her song tell me that she's smart like that, that's when you did that shit you did to her, and it backfired.
Songs, absolutely love the song. Great band. Band called REM wrote a song called Losing My Religion.
Yes.
Where's your remake to that song?
Yes, bitch.
Like a Prayer by Madonna. Yes. That video actually got Madonna arrested, and the original video for that song was banned.
Yes.
Where's your remake to that demonic song?
Goddamn.
Yeah, you know as well as I know that there's absolutely nothing demonic about Nico's song. You're a racist. You took her song, you colonized it, you monetized it, right. And now you're trying to hide under Christianity because you know that's the only way that people that look like you and steal like you will protect you. Yep. And let's just stop for a minute. I'm going to end with this. Let's just stop for a minute and think about the history of this country and which one of us has the history of being a devil?
Yes. Thank you.
Somebody come look at this.
And it's a song called Jericho. I don't know why, but I can't stop listening to it. Oh, I'm so hypnotized. This is Lucifer.
I've talked here about how white supremacy and Christian supremacy function in the American context, right? And this woman, W. Rose Worship or whatever, is a great example of that. She's the woman who was so mesmerized by Nico's song that she claimed the only reason this could be is because it's demonic. So she made a Christian remix of the song in the exact same tone.
Hi. I've been saved by grace. I got Jesus on my mind and his blood running through my veins.
And it doesn't even make sense theologically because why is Jesus' blood running through your veins? But I digress. She was called out for this behavior because it's white supremacy at work. It's anti-black and she said the lyrics were demonic. I personally asked her as a theologian to point out one lyric in a song that was demonic and she was unable to do so. And now she's sitting in church spewing the same bigotry to a congregation of people. Because white evangelical Christians believe that they're being persecuted, they take being held accountable and being called out as proof that they're doing something right. So instead of taking accountability for her anti-black behavior, she's going to preach about how she was attacked for standing up for the word of God.
I am famous on TikTok as a colonizer, white supremacist, racist, fake Christian. I've been called Jezebel. I've been called everything by Christians and non-Christians. And that's what happens when you hit demonic veins. There's going to be backlash.
And now she's not only demonized black music, a practice that goes back to, you guessed it, slavery. She has penned an entire congregation of predominantly white Christians against a black artist. I want to be very clear. In this climate, that is an act of violence. Anico's already black and genderless, and now they're being flagged as satanic. And Anico's being constantly misgendered by this woman, another act of violence. When all they did was make a song about a Bible story, a nod to their upbringing in church spaces.
On top of that, gospel, too. I grew up in the church. I was a very avid churchgoer. Outside of that, I didn't really have an outlet for my music. So I poured it all into worship, essentially. My first solo, I was 5 years old, and I sang Happy Birthday, Jesus.
Now this woman is releasing a remix to streaming platforms, of course, without Anico's consent, and is apparently working on a music video as well.
He won't ever fall, never stop. Okay, I figured that. This woman is religious. This woman does come from that, and that makes sense. That she particularly attracted this particular. See, someone like me, I'm not going to attract no shit like that. Ain't no white bitch even going to be able to energetically be in my motherfucking presence. You got to see what I'm saying? Like, when you live your life a certain type of way, there are certain things that just don't fucking happen to you. And I fucking promise you, they really just don't. But I'll be up in a minute, y'all. Hold on. He's coming soon, so you better get humble. When you're near like Jericho crumble.
We were working on a music video for it. So that's really exciting. Just a homemade one with some friends helping us out.
This is the mindset of a colonizer. Inigo did it and it's evil. So now she's going to take it, whitewash it, and Christianize it and make it better. So she demonizes the original song and gets to make money off the very thing that she called evil. Because we know that none of her original work has gone nearly as viral as the virality she got from the demonization of a black artist. The feeling that she felt welling up on the inside when she heard Inigo's song for the first time is white discomfort and internalized prejudice. And the worst part about all this is, if she does watch this video, it's going to further confirm to her that she was sent by the white man she was pointing to on her wall.
I did it for my Christian community and to bring glory to God.
So from what I'm getting from your videos is that you heard a song by a black female artist who is non-binary. And you enjoyed that song so much. Got stuck in your head. You kept playing it on repeat. And then you decided you liked it too much. That has to be of the devil. That's demonic.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but wonder if you accuse white artists of being demonic when you like their music too much. That right there is telling in and of itself that, and you really need to sit with that for a hot minute. But you decided that you liked it too much and it's of the devil. And then the Holy Spirit told you how you could do it better. So I guess you're not the one that should be worried about copyright infringement. It's the Holy Spirit. I'm not sure how that's going to work. I don't think that's a legitimate defense in a court of law in this country yet. But you do you. So the Holy Spirit told you how you could do this song better. And you managed to take a beautiful, uplifting, somewhat spiritual song that just speaks to so many people, and you took all meaning out of it. You whitewashed the shit out of it. Here's what you did. You essentially went to a black cookout, took some beautiful, juicy, seasoned barbecue chicken, and you somehow managed to turn it into boiled, bland salt and pepper bullshit. That's what you did. And now you're taking that unseasoned, flavorless, disgusting shit, and you're trying to offer that to your Christian community as an offering to God, to bring glory to God.
I wanted to see you today. Damn.
I don't know that God would want an offering that had to break 3 or 4 of his commandments to get to him. I don't think he would want that.
How much money you need?
I could be wrong. I mean, he's kind of an asshole, but you do you. I can't. How do you justify it? The entitlement? You have got to sit with a few things, okay? Why do you think that a black creator that makes a song so good, it's automatically demonic? That's a big one. Why do you feel entitled to just take it because you think you can do it better? I mean, it's very manifest destiny of you, very retro, but it's out of style, okay? Why do you keep doubling down? Like, it has been explicitly explained to you what the problem is. And you're just doubling down and basically saying, but the Holy Spirit said it was okay. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It is not that hard, and there's no shame in saying, I fucked up. I did a oopsie wrong, and I've learned my lesson. Here's what I should have done. Here's what I'll do in the future. Like, I get it. I messed up. There's no shame in that. But you are refusing to do that.
A comment back and ask you genuinely where you have seen that I've been dishonest since the artist.
Hello, plagiarism, Becky. How are you? So I looked at your video and I've looked at your other stuff, and you asked this young lady, fellow sister, where you were dishonest. First of all, where you were dishonest was crediting that you got your lyrics and your whole thought process for the song somewhere else. And you know for a fact that you took it from a black woman. But you know, that's what y'all do. Take things and then take credit for it and then try to demonize us for what you took from us so you can profit off us without having to give us credit. The fact that you, and I'm going to speak to you on a Christian level because I grew up in the church. The fact that you, a self-proclaimed Catholic Christian person have the audacity to call anybody a demon or demonic or any of those things. It just fascinates me. I guess you rewrote that to justify why you feel that you have the right to say that anything is demonic, instead of just accepting that you were wrong, accepting the fact that you tried to capitalize off a moment by trying to downplay a Black individual. That individual goes by them, they, a Black individual. So one, respect the title that they go by, and respect the fact that you took everything the way that you harmonized it. Only thing that you changed is the lyrics, but everything else was from a Black woman. And what you did was wrong. And if you were a real Christian, I see your little picture in the back. If you were a real Christian, you would, one, accept accountability for the fact that you were wrong, admit fault, grow from it, and treat your fellow, them, they, sister, brother, whoever that you wrong correctly. But I see that will never happen because you are too blinded by the unsuccessful success that you think that you're getting.
Here's the thing that I think is the most interesting. She claims that this song is demonic, and she had this moment where she came up with these new lyrics. And I'm just really curious if she releases it or not. To me, that's the ultimate tell of her motivation. Because if she does release a version of it on streaming platforms or what have you, she's going to have to pay the original artist.
Yes, she will.
For a mechanical license. So she would be contributing to this demonic work. But is it worth it? If she can make a whole bunch of money off it? Guess we'll see.
So this woman has made it a point of duty to give several replies to people's comments, explaining why there's no fault in what she did, that even though a song is demonic, even though the inspiration is from the devil, all songs, all lyrics, all music is still inspired by God, and God doesn't mind you reclaiming something evil and turning it to something good.
You see, all music originates from God and from heaven. And many people theorize through some scriptures that Lucifer himself was an angel of music. So I feel like it packs an extra punch in the spirit when there is music that has been influenced by Lucifer, that Christians have eyes to see that can redeem back for the glory of God.
And I also saw these other videos on her platform.
Oh, my Father, he's at work, 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 work. Yeah, the Holy Ghost at work, 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 work. All his haters, they're like, nah.
She's racist. She's very jealous. Let me tell you something. You see how she looks? She is very, very jealous of Black women's success. That confirmed it for me too. And I'm realizing what kind of these are very creative, artistic, alternative Black women, especially Riri. Riri is classified as an alternative Black woman because her whole style comes from Fifi Dawson, which is a whole story there. And I'm fucking telling you, this woman is jealous of Black women's success. And she's just, yeah, she's a piece of work.
Nah, 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 but I'm sticking to his word, 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 word. Oh, the demon's gonna shake, 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 shake. Oh, hell is gonna quake, 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 quake. And Jesus gonna take, take, take.
Look at all the women music.
Take us up.
She's jealous.
Mm-hmm.
She's jealous, y'all.
What strikes me is the fact that this woman obviously listens to a lot of worldly, in quotes, or demonic music. So as a Christian artist, I don't know why you should be so interested in listening to worldly and demonic music to the extent that you're making remakes of them. Now, she's not going to be the first gospel artist or first Christian artist that is putting a gospel Christian spin on an already existing secular song. But I think why this is extra bad is because of the racial undertone. We know that for a long time, palm-colored people have been colonizing stuff, claiming stuff as their own that originally don't belong to them and making profit off of it while demonizing the very people that they stole it from, which is what she's doing here. And then the other thing is the fact that she's trying to also weaponize Christianity, because how did she draw the conclusion about this song being demonic? I actually had to go look for the video of the song to watch the song from start to finish. I looked for the lyrics video as well to listen to what she had to say. And I didn't really see any demonic symbolism. Now, I'm not like some expert in all of it, but I didn't see anything that screamed outright demonic to me. It had an Afro-futuristic kind of feel to it. That was how the video looked, in my opinion. The song, the lyrics sound very inspirational. Now, I think what struck me most of all the stitches was this one by this particular man. So the Christian artist herself has said that if she begins to make money off of this, her remake of Iniko's song, which, by the way, she's actually shooting a music video for, she has gone to the studio to actually record it. So this woman means business. So she said that if she makes money off of this video, she's going to compensate Iniko, who is the original creator and original owner of this song.
I have not received any monetization. If I do, I would seek Iniko out and give the original artist the credit she deserves. And I mean in a financial way, just so we're clear. She is the original artist.
No, she won't promote her music. See how shady that was? You see how shady she said that? She's jealous of Iniko. Iniko needs to do, like, Iniko got some stuff with her because the religious stuff, but she's very jealous of Iniko. Iniko is ignoring this bitch, which is smart. The thing is, I feel like Iniko let her ass have it because Iniko's smart. I believe she was in Iniko inbox, her DM, saying that bullshit to her or pretending to be nice nasty, and Iniko felt her ass. And when she went and Iniko dragged her ass, Iniko did something to hurt her feelings. I'm telling y'all, she went in on her ass on her religion, who she is, called her something. Because even when she was like, "Oh, I got called a colonizer and a racist," I feel like she was talking to Iniko.
She deserves that. As an artist myself, I'd be the first to honor that. As far as her being black and me being white, it's just silly to me that people are bringing race into this.
So what this man said that struck me is, so if you're going to be paying Iniko, you're basically going to be financing the demonic work she's doing. So how are you, as a supposed Christian, so comfortable with interacting with demonic people and even making money off of their demonic music and then paying them off to make more demonic music? That's the irony of it all. And the thing is, this woman sees nothing wrong in what she's doing. She definitely also has people that support her and think she has done a glorious thing to the glory of God by inspiration of the Holy Spirit. But the fact that you don't understand that you're stealing, and that as a gospel artist, I don't even see why you're listening to all this worldly music and thinking of how to remake them. That is a problem. Anyway, I want to know what you guys think. Please be sure to leave your opinion in the comment section. And don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye.
Let me jump in this one. Oh, Afropunk.
This is a public service.
Okay, let me say something. Okay. I know I put a lot going on because I got a lot going on back here, but let me tell you something. Your aura, when you cleanse your body, you have to cleanse your spirit too. All right. You have to cleanse outside and internally. This is what all these scrubs and all this stuff is for. This is what all these oils and all this stuff inside your hair products is for. This is all a part of cleansing your aura. When the East Indians put that dot on their head, that's a spiritual protection for their third eye. People who are spiritual put on our oils, our sprays, and we do our spiritual cleansing in our home. We burn our sage and all that. That's all spiritual protection. That's to protect you from the evil eye in your home, or somebody trying to do some fuck shit in your home. Spiritually, literally spiritually protect you from earthbound spirits and stuff, because that shit's real. Spiritually protect you from people excuse me, people who get channeled and people who be having all these spirits in them that might feel like they want to attack somebody. Spiritually protect your family, your children. It's to have your guard up. It's to have a spiritual armor up. This is why a lot of spirituality, people who are into music and stuff, we always have an astrologer, we always have a numerologist, we always have a reader. That's not a lie. Most of the time, the people you work with are like this. Most people seek out people like us. But the thing is, with this particular Black young person, is that their situation is that's funny. Their situation is they have this type of stuff being presented to them because they have to go through internally their own stuff with being a music artist and making the songs that they make and what they believe. And so this woman came in the form of that. She ain't gonna come and bother my bandmate Ben's band, right? She ain't gonna bother the songs we write together. She's not gonna fuck with those songs. She's not gonna fuck with Ozzy. She's not gonna fuck. Notice that she's only doing all this shit to very beautiful, popular, creative, spontaneous, free-spirited women. That will be Taylor Swift, Rihanna, and this girl dressed up, and this young person dressed up like a fairy. That's what she's doing. This is the same type of Becky bitch that will try to say hi and smile at me, and I won't smile back at her. This is the same type of Becky bitch that will do everything in her power to try to be in my face and spark a conversation with me, and I will rudely tell her what I need and what I want from the store with no motherfucking smile. That's the same one. You got to follow your intuition with people, all right? You got to. Anyway, I'm just curious with this video, so I'm going to play this one next. Hold on. Hopefully I'm not talking on you. I'm on you. Kind of looking.
Oh, so fabulous.
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel once again. It's a girl to maybe Leah. If this is your first time what he's saying, and a lot of us, I personally think he was just teasing, but he was stating facts as well at the same time. You know what, let me go right ahead and play his video.
Listen, okay, I'll give my money to homeless people, all right? If I see a homeless person walking, they need some money. If I have it, I'll give it to them, no problem. But if you're white and homeless, white and homeless? See, no, I need a little more explanation. I need a backstory on that because this shit don't even seem real. So you mean to tell me y'all had a 400-year head start here and you still end up dropping the ball? And now you asking me for money? Man, get the fuck. I know you, because like being white and homeless at the same time is crazy. Now, I can see if you black and homeless, okay? Because there's a lot of shit that might happen, right? You might got kicked out your mother's house, your girl house or something, you know. You can't get a job, it's a little fucked up. You can't pass your drug test, you keep fucking up and shit. Maybe you've been through something here. But white and homeless? All y'all need is a suit and a tie and get on Indeed. Y'all be a damn astronaut tomorrow. So no, I don't want to hear it. I can only imagine what my ancestors are saying up there once I give this white person my money. I can only imagine it.
He's funny.
You know that's Sharonda boy, right? Girl, look at this. They is just down there doing anything. Oh my gosh. Couldn't be me. Gave him a crispy $10 bill. Could not be me.
So you guys, first of all, he has a sense of humor. I checked his page and he does skits like that. Not usually like skits that are talking about race though, but he does skits that are kind of hilarious. And I think he's teasing because even in the caption of the video, he has #comedy. But you know the way you can infuse something serious in a comedy skit? That was kind of like what he did. He's saying it in a way that is funny, but he's still talking about white privilege, right? In America, how much privilege palm color people get, to the fact that he feels like when he sees a homeless one, he doesn't even understand why or how they could be homeless in the first place. So apparently, a lot of palm color people are not happy with that video, and they're saying he's racist. And a lot of black people are like, "Oh, we're all thinking it, but you said it." Like a lot of people are like, they usually think that way whenever they walk past a homeless person down the street. So
well, I'm just going to go right ahead and play people's stitches and commentary to his video.
I do not know what is wrong with TikTok in my stitch today, but if you can't hear what he said, he is stating that he will give his money to homeless people. If you ask him, he got it. I'm not that one. I'm not the one for that, but I will support if I can. But his main point is that if it's a white person and they're homeless, he wants to know the backstory of how they got there. And I'm willing, I agree. I agree because I want to know how you had the cheat codes and you managed to fuck it up. I mean, you came from the society of people that built the construct to keep people of color down beneath your feet and everything else. And you are asking me for money? You're asking me for assistance? Y'all, that shit triggered me. It triggered me because I will never forget when I was in Reno, Nevada, and I was watching these homeless people. I had watched them because down there, they're a whole different kind of breed. And if you're not prepared, then people will run up on you and try to take from you what is rightfully yours, right? Or I don't know, they're just real weird, and they really will encroach upon your personal space. So like I said, I watched these people. They were sitting on the side of the road. And if you've been in, like, it's real clean, you can sit down, or I mean, you're not supposed to, but they were sitting down on the sidewalk, and I'm walking, and I had watched them. They had let this walk by. They didn't say anything to him. No, excuse me, sir. They didn't jiggle no hat in front of his way, nothing. They let that man go by. Then I saw Barbara walk by too. Barbara got to walk by in peace, didn't hold up no sign, didn't bojangle nothing in front of her, no held up sign, no nothing. When I walked by, do you know that they had the capacity to ask me for some money? They had the capacity to feel that they were so emboldened enough to assume that I was going to be in an Aunt Jemima position and take care of them. Yes, and I really felt some type of way and was offended. And honey, let me tell you, I blessed the shit out of them. And I asked them, what the fuck do you think this is? Because I watched y'all let them people walk by and you didn't say anything to him, but you let my black ass right over here walk on over here, and you decided to ask me for some money like I was supposed to feel emboldened to help you. I don't give a fuck about you. I want to know why you're here. I want to know, how did you fuck up your position in society and now you're asking me for money? This ain't 1846. I don't have to take care of you. It don't even make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So if TikTok is mad at him, you're going to be mad at me too, because I really wonder that myself. How do y'all be white and homeless? How do y'all fuck up when you have the fucking cheat code? You all built this society the way that it is, and then you have the nerve to fuck up and be homeless? What? Make it make sense.
The internet is mad at this TikToker for being supposedly racist towards white people. I don't know what that.
Hopefully the guy is trolling. I doubt he is. He seems like he's serious, but let's pretend he is being serious. This is one of the worst reasons I heard to not want to give money to a homeless person. Just say you broke and you don't got it. It's that simple, right? So just because they're white and they homeless, you don't want to help them out, right? And then he tries to go in there and go like, well, you know, if you black, I can understand. Like, what the type of shit is that? You're like, all black people live the same type of life. And like, what? So you downplaying white people, but end up like going like, well, if you black, I mean, you know, it make more sense for you to be homeless because you black. Like, what? But still, that's one of the worst reasons I heard to not help a homeless person. Now, everybody don't got it all the time to help out a homeless person. I understand that. There's some people who do have it and just walk right past them. Do what you want. It's up to you. But this is one of the worst reasons I heard. Like, just say you don't got it. It's that simple. God. Yeah, but silly take. But if he's joking, I mean, it was kind of funny. But if he's being serious, yeah.
The internet is mad at this TikToker for being supposedly racist.
So this definitely makes me question the reality of your world and how much you really know. So let me ask you, brother, would you blame a young person, a young white person who was born into a drug-infested house, raised by nothing but drug addicts, and now is homeless and has zero support? Or what about the teenage girl that was, you know, released into society after being in one foster home after another. Now she's being human trafficked. Now she's being human trafficked and addicted to drugs. Again, has no support. I work with homeless people all the time, and I see a lot of white homeless people. And I promise you this, their reasons are valid. The fact that you think it's funny tells me you have no idea. You have never bothered to even take a look. That's not a good look on you, brother. You make it real obvious that you wouldn't have a clue. You wouldn't walk into a homeless camp at all.
The internet is mad at this TikToker for being supposedly racist towards white people. I don't know what.
I've been following Avante since he was on Facebook. So funny young man. But I'm gonna tell you, I agree with what he's saying 100%, and I do the same thing. I don't give them my money either because I feel the same way he does.
Look at the mammy.
I grew up in a white affluent neighborhood, so I didn't grow up with poor white people, I guess, or homeless. Didn't really see that until I was an adult. And I was highly offended because I feel the same way he feels. You had a 400 or 500 year head start. You wiped out a lot of other races. If you weren't wiping them out, you were oppressing them or making them slaves, using your privilege. And I've actually said that to a grown woman. And she looked at me like she had no idea what I'm talking about. So me growing up as a little girl, I was treated like crap by grown-ass white people as a little girl. A little girl growing up, just growing up, living my life, growing and learning, trying to figure out why these grown-ass people are being racist towards me. And I'm not just talking people that live in my neighborhood. I'm talking about people, my teachers, the principals, professionals at my school, because I was the only Black girl in the school. So with that being said, Black people, is he being prejudiced? Am I being prejudiced? Maybe so. Are we being racist? Not at all. Not at all. Because the white privilege, it still exists to this day. Look at the statistics of the number of Black men that are incarcerated for the same crimes as white men, and they tend to get more time. Same crime, different sentences.
I need y'all mammies. Mammies, please, please, please do me one. Just do me one. Please stop using crime as an example. Okay? Y'all mammies tend to always go down that road. Use a better example. Use, maybe the bar test. What happens when this race of men take the bar test versus this race of men, and what do they get, and what kind of careers do they get? Use doctors. Use what happens when the male is a Black doctor versus when he's of a non-Black doctor, and what is his chances, and what is his chances of owning his own doctor's office or not having one, or use something a little bit more higher vibrational. Please stop using the prison system, the jail system. The jail system itself is a counter community, meaning that there are rules within rules in its own community. There's a lifestyle and a way of prison and jail that we do not know about unless we have experienced it. I don't know a damn thing about it, but what I've seen on Lockup and what I've seen in prison movies and TV shows, that is not the example, man. You have to stop using that. Please find a higher example. Just saying.
How many times have we watched videos of Black people being racially profiled? White people are not racially profiled, so you don't know what that means. Racially profiled? Racist? Like, with sir, he's a younger man voicing his opinion, and I'm probably old enough to be Avante's mom. I'm 54. I have seen the racism. I have lived through the racism. Okay, so let me tell you about where I live at now. I've owned my home for 10 years. These white people were so mad that I bought the biggest house on the block. They tried to get me kicked out of my house. Kept calling the township, oh, she ain't cut her lawn. She ain't do this and she ain't do that. Horrible. Horrible. So you can't tell me that this is not true because I have lived it. I agree with him. Have I been prejudiced? I don't know if I'm being prejudiced or I'm just treating people the way they deserve to be treated. Like, why should I give certain people my money that I worked hard for, that I have to work twice as hard than my counterpartners just to give you my money? No, I'm not doing it. But what gets to my heart, the only people I really help are children, because I feel like grown people you go beg for a job. I do help children, homeless children, children in need. Yes, that's about it. And that's not being prejudiced. I don't help any adults, but I certainly don't help white adults because you really do have a privilege. You are treated differently when you walk into the store. When you get a job, you are treated differently. Is it right? No, it's not right. It's not right at all, but this is the world that we live in. This country was built on racism.
Towards white people. I don't know what that is, but listen.
This shit is fire.
What do you mean by that?
I need
First of all, I'm going to point that out. That pops up when I get aggravated. What do you mean by supposedly? I don't know who's more wrong in this thing. Dumb or dumber? Why is it okay to be like racist against white people? And if you think you can't be, listen to the root word of racism. It's race. So if you want to judge any group based on their race, that is racism. I don't care if it's pink hearts, orange stars, yellow moon, blue diamonds, green clovers. Yes, I had to write that down. That's a lot to remember. But we judging by actions. I don't care about the color of your skin. I'm judging off the contents of your character and how you treat people, how you treat me. I mean, like, I don't care about the rest of that bullshit. But back to them too. What do you mean by supposedly though? I'm biracial. My son is biracial. He looks predominantly white. So you're saying it's okay to be racist or any person that might be at that? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Excuse me, Lord. But anyways, man, like, Jesus loves you, bro. Do better. Oh yeah, and like Ferris Bueller said, I don't like any ism. Isms are generally bad. But you have a great day.
Listen, okay? I'll give my money to homeless people, all right? If I see a homeless person...
So I live in Oklahoma, and the homeless rate here is, it's up there, but it's not as bad as some other states. Well, I go on a certain side of town because, well, my son, he goes to daycare out there, and there's a lot of homeless people around there. And this particular homeless person, this white guy, just call him Billy. I'm just saying Billy. So I like to keep him private because he's actually a really good, down, genuine person. And he is white and he is homeless. And every time I catch him on the street, I try to give him something, help him, whatever possible I can help him with. Anything I can help him with. But I for sure remember the words he told me. One time I was doing some stuff for him, getting him some groceries and stuff. And he told me, he said, listen, I'm gonna tell you this now, because I look like a really down-to-earth person that don't mind helping us homeless people out here. I'm gonna tell you this: do not help all of white folks like himself, homeless people, because all of them ain't got no reason to be homeless. He went into more deeps, but I'm not gonna make this video long. And he was like, I wouldn't even care if you stop helping me now. But he's one of the few Caucasian homeless people that is genuinely homeless, and he told me his story. I didn't even ask for his story. He told me his story because, when you see any homeless person, you want to know what the reason for. Otherwise, some people won't just help them. But he told me personally, he was like, listen, there are Caucasian people out here that I heard their stories from another homeless person to another homeless person, and I think it's complete bullshit. And I was like, oh, well, damn. And so I took that, I ran with that. He was like, if you ask me, please, if you don't help any homeless person like that's Caucasian, do me this. go help them brown and black people that are homeless because they genuinely need the help. And he said the number one homeless person I should help is a mother that is homeless, because a mother that's homeless have kids that are homeless, and God knows I am a mother and I'll be damned if I see them homeless. It's just not gonna fly with me. I'm gonna help them.
I really am not taking him seriously. I think he was funny, and I don't think he's ready to desist. I think
that some people need to grow the fuck up, okay? It was funny. It was funny. It made me giggle, okay? I thought it was funny. But here's the thing. Why did it have to turn into a whole goddamn discussion? Why? Why did it have to turn into an entire discussion? Like a literal discussion from what this man said. Because this goes back to the Black Woman's Guide on the topic of what? Just don't go into these fucking spaces with people like this. Quite obvious that this particular person, did a viral video and he got the viral response that he's going to get. The mammy agreed. Okay? The mammy agreed. And we see what she said, and we see what she was going through and what she said and all this and that. Don't fall into the mouths of these people, but enjoy the show.
The reason why people are feeling that way is because they feel like, oh, why would you want to help a homeless person of another race and not help a palm-colored person? But what they are kind of ignoring is the fact that he's stating how much privilege palm-colored people have, that it doesn't make sense why they shouldn't have at least an average kind of life, right? To me, I choose to not even just see from the point of view of maybe a palm-colored person might have grown up in a family that is dysfunctional and thereby they didn't have good values, they didn't have right education and all whatnot. I think I'm choosing more to look at it from the aspect of how easy it is to pick up your life as a palm-colored person. Now, I'm not saying they don't have challenges. I'm just saying if you were to make a decision that you want to change your life, there are opportunities that you can easily tap into because of the white privilege that is available to you because of the color of your skin. Unlike a black person or other people of color in America, the different opportunities that you're going to be able to access as a palm-colored person, a lot of these other people of color have no access to that. So you always have that advantage. That's the way I choose to look at what he's saying. But all in all, I personally feel like if you have that giving spirit, if you are a charitable person, you may just, give without thinking about the color of the person's skin. Usually when I give as my spirit tells me, but then I still admit that I don't just give any homeless person or any beggar that I come across on the street. For instance, if I were to see someone who is handicapped asking for alms on the street and I see a full-grown person that is just sitting down and asking for alms, they have their full body complete where they can actually do something no matter how little, I'll be more inclined to help the handicapped person. Same way, if I see a person that looks like he has drowned himself in alcohol and he's begging me on the street for money, and if I were to give him some money, he very likely was going to go and use it to buy more alcohol or drugs or whatever, I very likely would not be inclined to give that person money. So I definitely understand the concept of choosing who you decide to help or scrutinizing who you decide to help. And then it's a personal decision. If you decide to help people of color because you feel like they have it harder in society, that is understandable. And if you decide that you don't mind helping anybody regardless of their skin color, that is also understandable. It's your money and you decide to choose how you spend it. So the question now is, does race playing a role in who you decide to help? Does that mean you are ready to desist? You guys let me know, because I think that is the bone of contention here with what he said, because we know that white privilege doesn't necessarily guarantee wealth, but to a large extent, it guarantees the opportunities that are open to you in a country that basically thrives and was built on white privilege and white supremacy. So I want to know what you guys think. Do you agree with what he said, or do you disagree? Have you ever, thought the same way that he did? Like when you see a palm-colored homeless person, are you like, why is this person homeless? I'd rather look for a person of color to help. Or do you just help any homeless person who is in need of help, regardless of their skin color? Please be sure to share in the comment section. And then, do you think that the guy's original video was racist or prejudiced? Please let me know. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye.
Alrighty then. I got into putting this thing together. Okay. Here's the thing. As a truly divested Black woman, right? A truly divested Black woman, you don't go into spaces like this. You don't go into spaces like this. You don't entertain this type shit. You know what I mean? You do not care for anybody faces like this. You get what I'm saying? Or anybody who does any type of jokes, comedy, and such like this. You don't care. I'm being for real. As a truly divested Black woman, you need to understand that your spirit doesn't even resonate with even watching stuff this like. The fact that it says white folks, the fact that it says brother, that already should turn you off, okay? Like, it should turn you all the way the fuck off. Like, brother who? You mean brother from my mother, or like what brother? Because this right here, this ain't my brother. This even my real life brother wouldn't even do no shit or say no shit like this and go up and make this comment. You have to understand that Black male, oh shit, he is highly, and I mean this when I say highly, he is highly infatuated with white people. He is infatuated with being liked by them, by being accepted by them. He is the one who wanted desegregation. He is the one who wanted desegregation. So you have to understand why the Black man makes these very retarded, asinine fucking jokes that, yeah, they're funny, but at the same time, they cause for everybody to start getting serious and getting angry and calling him the brother with the hard R and all this stuff, which he don't care. That turns him on. He'll still fuck her. And you have to understand what is going on as a whole. So you don't get caught up in giving a damn about even watching shit like this with people like this, okay? Yeah. Let's go. What else? What is this? You people cannot gatekeep your culture from us. What happened? Told y'all he was going to do this. What did he say he was going to do? I guess breaking news. Delusional. These topics to me are just so retarded, bro. They have become to the level of retardation. Like, are people really talking about this? Is this really important to people? And guess what? These topics are actually very important to people. Like, it is, you know? I'm gonna keep going.
I've never seen a person get so excited at any chance to attack Black people, bruh.
It's a good day to be indigenous. It's 45 degrees in the sun. It's 8 a.m. Indian time, and it's time for the morning traffic report.
This is why people don't like us.
Oh, so fabulous.
Hi guys.
Let's go.
Owned people. And I think the same can be said of other ethnicities, because with brown culture, red culture, yellow culture, black culture, as well as white culture, we need a foundation that builds into all that we really are on every level. It can get really complicated because we get into all the factors of nationalities, countries, ethnicities, cultures, and races, but not one person is just one background. So this is where it's really interesting and fascinating. So to me, white culture is industrialism, cultivation, intelligence, cleanliness, order, generosity, and so much more. Check out my ethnic background. Don't forget some things don't show up in the test results. Good and evil exists in all cultures.
So everybody has been stitching that video. Everybody, like, that video has been trending. And one thing that I have to say is, like, I've noticed the pattern here. Whenever palm color people want to say something that kind of like echoes their indoctrination and their white supremacist beliefs and, you know, bigotry, like whenever they want to say some of these things, they kind of always put on a suit. I don't know. Like, I've noticed it with these other videos. It's either they put on a suit or they put on a collared shirt, maybe with glasses on, like they want to look like all business ready, to be taken seriously, like I think they know what they're talking about. I've noticed it, and she did that because she never dresses like that in her other videos, which I'm going to be playing subsequently. Anyways, so as regards to what she said in that video, the thing that got me lost, like I felt confused, was when she talked about yellow culture and red culture, and I'm out here looking like, I didn't know there were people that were called red people or yellow people. I know about white people. I know about black people. I know about brown people. So that was my first time hearing about red culture and yellow culture, which obviously, from what she said, are practiced by red and yellow people. So please, you guys, educate me in the comments just in case, because like, are they red and yellow people? I don't want to be out here looking ignorant on this YouTube street. Please. Okay. So now, before I even go ahead to play stitches and commentary to that video, I need to let you guys understand who exactly Lady Bedazzled Anna is, okay? And remember I said that she goes viral from time to time. Like, this is not her first time going viral with one of these kind of videos. So I'm just going to go right ahead and play some of her videos so that you guys can understand the kind of person she is, how she thinks, and why she always seems to gather the kind of attention that she does.
Welcome to an AI Irish Lady character livestream. Thank you for the tin whistle. Let us listen to a jolly little tune together. Thank you for the croquet. We love to play this on afternoons on a Sunday, or just times with our friends and our family. It's a wonderful pastime. Welcome to an AI African Lady character livestream.
I'm dead. Y'all are funny.
Thank you so much for the peanut butter. George Washington Carver made over 300 inventions with the peanuts. And because of it, so many people everywhere enjoy this fabulous bread. Why, thank you for the crocodile. If you respect them, they will respect you. We have lots of them around here. There are so many things that we like to do with them, or we involve ourselves in. Thank you for the Zobo drink. It is so refreshing and beneficial and health-giving. Thank you for the Congo drums. We love our drums. Such unique and beautiful instruments. Culture is very important to all of us. Thank you so much for the magnificent lion.
She's trolling.
You must be very, very careful.
She's trolling. You know what you calling. Ain't no way in the hell.
Welcome to an AI German lady character live stream.
Make sure.
Thank you so much for the beer. We German like a good beer every now and then. I hear that it is good for the breastfeeding for your baby. Is that true?
Welcome to an AI Native American woman character live stream. Thank you so much for the fish. It is one of our main sources of food. Thank you for this beautiful canoe. There's so much character and beauty that was put into this. And the river is most beautiful this time of year. Thank you so much for the wonderful corn. The harvest is bountiful this year.
Yeah. So basically, she likes to play dress up. I like to play dress up. I like to get all dressed, dolled up, try different costumes. I can understand that. But where has is a problem is it now became cultural appropriation. And she doesn't believe it's cultural appropriation. The people that have suffered most in the hands of Lady Bedazzled Hannah are the Native Americans. You see, the indigenous people, woo, woo, like they have seen it all in the hands of Lady Bedazzled Hannah. Just check out these videos.
Happy Thanksgiving week from Pocahontas, also known as Setting Sun. I want to let you guys know that I actually have Native American in my bloodline.
No, my DNA kit test. Yes, that's up on my Lady Bedazzled Hannah YouTube channel. The test didn't say there was any Native American. No.
It's a good day to be indigenous. It's 45 degrees in the sun. It's 8 a.m. Indian.
Or worse or whatever. But I'm starting to see racism more, and it's coming towards us white people. Us white people are being silenced, are being hushed because of bad things that have happened to other communities. You don't end racism with more racism. I will keep saying that. So guys, just please know that everyone has issues, and the goal is to help each other. Hello there, and welcome to a 3-minute video where I will be sharing with you my love and passion for all things Indigenous culture related. Let's start at the beginning. Growing up, my grandparents on my mother's side would take my 3 oldest brothers to what we call a rendezvous. It was a time reenactment period where we got to celebrate history. This right here is show and tell of beautiful, fun things that mean a lot to me that I am so excited to share with you. This is a little beautiful TV decoration that I purchased at Hobby Lobby. And by the way, behind me you can see my 2 Indigenous shells that I appreciate and love so much. I collect these things and it's something really important to me. So I'm excited to be sharing that with you. My third oldest brother owns this TV that they got to sleep in to this day, which I think is really cool. This cast iron pot kettle is actually something that I won in White Health and Gift Exchange years ago from my grandparents that, if my memory serves me, they actually used this to cook over the fire because for that time period, reenactment, they would live as they did back in history so long ago. At this rendezvous, you could trade or you could buy jewelry that people would make. These are just beautiful pieces of jewelry that I've collected over the years. And for every Thanksgiving, I always bring out my beautiful Indigenous decorations. And these as well, because for the first Thanksgiving, the Pilgrims and Indigenous people actually celebrated each other and got along and celebrated God's goodness and faithfulness to them, and they celebrated each other. We can get into that another time. And these are costumes that I treat as the real thing that I have been collecting and just mean so, so much to me. This particular version of The Last of the Mohicans is the one I was raised on. And
see, it's 2 things going on here, y'all. All right, here's the guidance to this. One is you got people who are really fucking loony bins. 2 is you got people who are really fucking stupid. And they really do not know. And then you have people who are just being manipulative and fucked up. And it's just choose one. You know what I mean?
And this movie is literally everything to me. I may end up getting a tattoo of The Last of the Mohicans. I love it that much. And for this version of Last of the Mohicans, I had a serious crush on this Indigenous man right here. Oh my goodness. Throughout the years, I've dressed up as Pocahontas, Sacagawea, you know, just beautiful Indigenous women. And I actually made this dress right here. I am in part Indigenous from my mother's side. I have named myself Setting Sun and my husband Spirit Eagle.
My dad would photograph powwows years ago as part of his job. All of this is to say I find indigenous culture so beautiful, but especially the old-fashioned ways.
This is a wild comment, not only because of what the comment itself says, but because of who the comment came from. Just a moment. The woman who left that comment decided that this was a good idea. She decided to get up one day and make an AI of a Native American indigenous woman. And in this video, she holds up things, items that she feels, right, are relative to indigenous women and indigenous culture. Like this Last of the Mohicans DVD, right? Yeah, she said this was vital to her childhood. She grew up with it, a beloved movie, right? And also said that she named her son even Mohican Wolf because it's such an important part of the culture. Now, we can also see that she's tried this before, but with a German culture, right? Which she claims to be 63% German or something like that. But notice this is the video that got her views, right? The most so far. And I'm predicting that because she's seeing this many views from this video, watch her do an African one. Watch her do an African one, mark my words, because this is rage farming. This is how it starts, and this is how it continues. And I'm not calling it out to give her a spotlight. I'm calling it out because it's wrong. Indigenous women are not a costume. They're not your playthings. Their culture is not your playthings. It's not something you get to try on and dabble in and stomp your little feet in just because you feel like you have some sort of connection to it because your heritage was stripped from you. The amount of things that she has collected from indigenous culture is something we see very common with women like this. These are also the same women that will claim that their great-grandmothers were Cherokee princesses. Now, people are rightfully so calling her out on this nonsense, and this is what she had to say in response. When someone said this is why Black and indigenous people gatekeep our cultures, she said, then it's high time, as white people, we gatekeep our culture. I would just like to say, please do. Please do. Because for the record, it has been white people not keeping their culture to themselves, but enforcing it upon Black, brown, and indigenous people for generations. So since you are 60-something% German, cling to that, hold on to that, and indulge in it. But stop using your privilege to turn other people's cultures into costumes, into AI NPC characters. This is not appreciation of a culture, 1000% not. But it makes perfect sense that a white woman would do this because white culture in and of itself is stealing from other people, right? Marketing it, profiting off of it, and then gaslighting the people who you took it from, that you did nothing wrong, and they are victimizing you by calling you out on your colonizing behavior. Please, ma'am, stick to your culture. Do all of that, 100% go all in with your culture. Do not make a mockery of Black, brown, and indigenous people. And if you do, do not be surprised, offended, hurt when people call you out for it. Now you have yourself the kind of day that you deserve.
Those particular videos really went viral when she dropped them then. And the indigenous people actually stitched her videos, like she trended big time when those videos were fresh. And I understood where the indigenous people were coming from, because there's definitely a line between cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation. So if you love the culture of indigenous people so much, what have you done to support them? Do you support their businesses? Do you support their causes? You know, so you're wearing their costumes, you have these figurines in your house and all of that, but you're not even patronizing them. Like all those things you bought, all those memorabilia, I don't know if that's what they're called, but all those things from the indigenous people's culture that you have in your house that you practically built a shrine for, you didn't even buy them from indigenous people. So you're not even supporting them. So how is that appreciation if you claim to love their culture so much? And then she made this other video.
I just want to remind us all that there are so many beautiful, unique, and different cultures, and it is more than okay to love and celebrate them. But what's not okay is to have these double standards and think you can do it all, but others cannot. Cheers.
So basically, that is the way she views culture. She feels culture is beautiful. Anybody can love and appreciate and participate in culture, and that we should not gatekeep culture. Everyone should be allowed to love and celebrate culture in her own words. So basically, the fact that it's your culture does not mean that other people should not be allowed to partake in the culture, even if they are not basically appreciating it, but they're appropriating it just for their own pleasure, or because they think it's a costume, or because they just want to use it as a form of entertainment, because that's what it's looking like to me. That looks exactly like what she's doing. And then just when you think black people were left out, oh no, black people weren't left out. You guys check out this video.
Let's take some time to address this comment, shall we? I've never seen a person get so excited at any chance to attack black people, bruh. You clearly do not know me. So let's spend some time to dive into this whole topic of cultures and race and issues and all that kind of stuff, okay? So we can totally dismiss the fact that I never shared this with you guys, but when I went to the trampoline park with my husband and sister-in-law just a few weeks ago, there was this little black girl who I found out was 6 years old, who came up into my little square at the trampoline park and wanted to hang out with me. Now, I'm a stranger, right? Like, I'm concerned for little kids that, like, if they want to come up and hug on you or, like, just start telling you about everything, it's like, okay, like, you know, where's the mom? Where's the family? You know, who's watching this little girl? So I was like, are you here with your family? Are you here with your mom? Like, and she's like, yeah, I'm here with my grandma. I think it was her grandma. So I made eye contact. I waved over there at the lady. And I was like, okay, well, you know, make sure that we have our distance and everything is as it should be or whatever, because I don't know this little girl. She doesn't know me. But this little black girl felt comfortable enough, I guess, to start sharing her life with me as if I was her teacher or mom or aunt or big sister or something. And you guys, I was so touched. I was so honored. Like, this little girl is 6 years old, and just some of the things that she's already gone through in her life, but like this joy and this positivity and this fire of life that she had. And I was able to, like, I said, like, you know, I don't know if we'll ever see each other again, but I hope and pray that you have the most amazing life. And it was a blessing to meet you, and you're going to accomplish great things. And she did this little pinky promise with me. And then there was another time at a county fair where I didn't want to ride that ride, but I sat down with my husband and we were eating our food, and there was this little black girl that gets off the ride and she's running away and something is wrong. And I was like, okay, she's not okay. And she, like, got down on the ground like she was gonna, I don't know, I thought maybe she was dizzy or sick or something. Like, are you okay, little lady? And she's like, no. And it turns out she was about to throw up. And I was like, I think I, like, was trying to keep boundaries, and I was like, just keep breathing, it's gonna be okay, like, you're brave and, like, everything's gonna be all right, and just, you know, just trying to help her in that moment. And then at my job, I work with a lot of black people. I live here in Mississippi. There are amazing black people everywhere. Now, that's not to say that there aren't issues in the black African culture, but just like every other culture. And the fact that, like, you people baffle me. So whenever I say black people, white people, whatever it is, it's giving credit to that person. Why would you say mom or dad or husband or wife or your son or daughter? It's giving credit to that person.
That is the strangest thing I've ever seen. Like, if I were to walk into the house of a palm-colored person, and I saw, like, this little collection of figurines of black people, I'd first of all, I'll be weirded out. I'll be like, okay, what in the get out is going on here? You guys have seen that movie, right? Like, okay, what is going on here? She wants little black people in her house. Does she have any black friends? Like, what does she really think about black people? And from that video, it's obvious what she thinks or her kind of interaction she has with black people. Because I believe the point of her making that video was to come out and tell people, but I like black people. I interacted with a little black girl the other day at the park. So definitely, I'm not anti-black. You guys, at this point, I find her too comical to even be offended. So anyway, so now that you guys have a clearer idea of who this woman is and the way she thinks, and okay, I'm just going to go right ahead right now and play the stitches to her first video about white culture.
So to me, white culture is industrialism, cultivation, intelligence, cleanliness, order, generosity, and so much more.
Lady Bedazzled Hannah, I'm going to explain this to you calmly and clearly. That is Nazi bullshit that you are spreading. That is blatant, literal white supremacy. To say that these virtues, like cleanliness, industrialization, intelligence, generosity, order, to say that all of those are part of white culture is to imply that they are not culturally relevant enough to people who are not white. So to put you in this bubble of exclusivity with your many virtues that make you such a good person, you are literally placing yourself on a pedestal above anyone who is not white, because you are implying that because you are white, you inherently have all of these virtues, and people who are not white couldn't possibly. You are literally a white supremacist.
So to me, white culture is industrialism, cultivation, intelligence, cleanliness.
All of that shit was wrong, but cleanliness? Cleanliness? Didn't Native people have to teach your ancestors how to wash their ass? And your men still don't do it right? Weren't your ancestors the one that had a designated poop hand? Cleanliness. I'm so sorry, but even your men today be getting on the internet unprovoked, letting us know that they don't wash their ass because they think anything related to a booty hole is gay. What do you mean cleanliness? Cleanliness? Girl.
White culture is industrialism, cultivation, intelligence, cleanliness.
So do y'all want to tell her or should I? I guess I should, huh? Okay. White culture is white psychosis, concocted machinations by a minority who feels like they know what's better for the majority. White culture's white psychosis feeds white barbarism, which allows them to justify acts of terror, pain, and unleash unspeakable acts of violence against everyone else. As white culture's white psychosis weaponizes white barbarism, it becomes gateway to white perversions, like some predisposed dormant kink now activated, providing pleasure to the white populace and horror and travesty to the global majority. And through these elements, white culture's white psychosis, white barbarism, and white perversion results in white domination. Power that was claimed through the Bible and the gun, maintained through smallpox blankets, boarding schools, and Louisiana purchases, with citadels of oppression built by Blacks on top of the skulls and bones of the indigenous, ratified by public policy and reinforced by codes of law, subjugating all and assassinating anyone who dare opposes. White culture industrializes conflict, cultivates mass subjugation, intellectualizes its superiority, and cleans the walls of its empires with the blood of its victims.
And to me, white culture is industrialism, cultivation, intelligence, cleanliness, order, generosity, and so
No, sis. White culture is dialing 911, asking for a manager, running up the stairs in a horror movie, bringing a gun to up a theater at said horror movie, bringing a gun to a school, having a large platform as a school shooter, joining the KKK, flying a Trump flag in the back of your truck, wearing anything Confederacy, putting costumes on animals, wearing your outside shoes in the house, letting the cats walk on the countertop, not washing your legs in the shower, explaining someone else's culture to them, eating deep fried cauliflower, protesting for dead animals but not people, bringing guns to church, becoming fragile when we're called out on anything, thinking we're superior than other races when we have absolutely zero evidence, revising history, telling people born in America to go back to their country, listening to country music, holding up a dead fish on a dating app, thinking Jesus is white, believing unfettered capitalism is the best thing for them, putting raisins in shit that it has no business being in, eating cottage cheese, knowing exactly how many colored friends you have, saying colored, unseasoned chicken, bringing potato salad to the cookout, driving in circles and calling it a sport, only knowing how to cook meth, getting divorced from your sister, unpaid internships, bumper stickers, music piracy, New Balance shoes, $10 coffees, calling your parents by their first name, religions that their parents don't belong to, going to the farmer's market, camping, ugly sweater parties, shopping without being harassed, having your house appraised at fair value, not having to teach my kids how to deal with cops, knowing your kids will be given curricular material that will testify to the existence of their race, not seeing color, forgetting the past, experiencing prejudice and calling it racism, having your voice heard, believing your struggle is equivalent to oppression.
because with brown culture, red culture.
All right, I'm just gonna stop you right there. I know all us brown people look the same, but we're all very different. Take India, where my parents are from. There are scores of languages. And within those languages even, there's different cultural and religious communities. And while I will admit people who have brown skin tone will call ourselves brown, I'd be stunned if anybody calls themselves yellow. Which makes me think maybe you shouldn't also call anybody yellow. And there's lots of ethnicities who are East Asian, but you don't know that is really your failing. But this video was about white culture, so let's go back to that.
It can get really complicated because we get into all the factors of nationalities,
Sure does.
countries, ethnicities, cultures, and races.
All right, so you can tell that there are different nationalities in whiteness. Good job. There are plenty of differences between traditional communities from people with white skin.
Ethnicities, cultures, and races, but not one person is just one background.
Actually, I am, but that's not what you're saying, right? You're saying white Americans are many things. Okay, so I will say that I happen to grow up in a part of America where white Americans often were all Hungarian, all Czech, or maybe half Italian and half Irish. And I love this guy who made this joke about Americans going to Ireland.
Called When an American Spends 4 Hours Telling You How Irish They Are.
So there are actually plenty of white Americans who are tied to their roots, maybe to excess. If you're from that original country, you might feel a little pressed. But there are white Americans, not you apparently, but who do have cultural roots. But keep going.
So to me, white culture is industrialism, cultivation, intelligence, cleanliness, order.
So she started kind of right. Industrialization really did take hold and become global because of European Americans and European. Now, after that, once she says industrialization, she says things like cleanliness and civility and all that kind of stuff. And what she means is what she perceives as cleanliness, what she perceives as civility. And I would argue that while industrialization started in Western countries, so Europe, America, Canada, that the thing she's calling white culture is actually capitalism. And that's something that has gone beyond race. I would be hard pressed to believe that she sees Mexico as a European society. It's a very industrialized society. Not to mention many people are ethnically European and probably have the same Germanic stock that she does. What she's trying to do is justify a sort of white supremacy where she has flattened both whiteness and everybody else's race and conflated everything else to make herself feel good. But she ends like this, so she knows what she's doing.
Don't forget some things don't show up in the test results. Good and evil exists in all culture.
And so does stupidity.
White culture is industrialism, cultivation, intelligence, cleanliness.
I'm sorry. Did you say cleanliness?
Cleanliness.
When did that cleanliness in white culture begin? When the colonists came here and the indigenous communities regularly bathed in a river while colonists thought that all the dirt would be absorbed by their undergarments when they slept? Or was it the white culture of Europe where the white aristocracy didn't bathe and would spray perfume on their lips so they don't smell their own BO? I mean, y'all still just use TP when you go number 2. Like, I think that is crazy that you do not wash your fucking ass after number 2. Like, go to Eastern countries like Turkey or Egypt. You're going to find hoses in those toilet stalls, and we all know why those hoses are there. Cleanliness is white culture. Get the out of here.
Yeah, so
that was my favorite part.
Kudos to all the palm colored people who stated it and made it known that, sis, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. And it's weird to me, like all the things she listed as white culture are things that, in my opinion, and I believe a lot of people will agree with me on this, are things that are not restricted to white people. If we are to define what culture is a way of life that is unique to a certain group of people. Just like when we talk about Black people, we talk about the way our music is, our musical instruments, the kind of foods we eat, the way we wear our hair, with the braids and all of that. These are things that are specific to Black people. So how can you, as a palm color person, say that white culture is orderliness, cultivation, industrialism? Like, these are things that everybody in the modern world is doing to a certain extent. And you say white culture is intelligence. So that means every other person is dumb. Every other culture is dumb. Every other race is dumb. And then the shocking one, which everybody was just talking about, was the cleanliness part. White culture is cleanliness. I've heard it all. I've seen it all. I don't want to say too much. I think this video is already long enough at this point. I want you guys to let me know in the comment section what you think about Lady Bedazzled Hannah. What do you think about the whole plain dress up that is crossing the line into cultural appropriation, that is making her look like a white? She just looks brainwashed to me. Like, I feel like she was born and raised that way. So no matter how many stitches she gets, no matter how many times people call her out or whatever, she will keep doing what she does. Like, she will never get it. And she doesn't understand why people think what she's doing is offensive. And I think that's the worst kind of ignorance, when you don't want to ever believe that you're wrong. You can as well just never expect her to change. So I think we just continue being entertained by the ridiculousness. You guys let me know what you think in the comment section. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. And I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye.
I'm still around, y'all. Y'all hear the ASMR in the background. Man, it just gets interesting, bro. Here we go. Because I see Mr. Blacknell. So that's the only reason why. Because I like to make
Oh, so fabulous.
Video is a video that an African woman made. And it's one of those videos that's just made me raise my eyebrows. Let me go right ahead and play her video.
To me, African Americans are some of the most unwise, immature, and biggest hypocrites that I have ever seen. Because you people talk about Africa so highly when it suits you. But the moment that something triggers you or makes you feel a type of way because it's not self-serving, you want to take it away. You want to strip it off. You make yourselves so much like your forefathers of America. You align yourself so much with white culture and you don't even know it. The moment that African Americans see that we Africans believe in the Abrahamic God and that we believed in that before the 16th century, it's like, oh yeah, Africans are dumb. Africans, no, we're not looking at that part. You guys are dumb. You guys have no sense. You guys are primitive. But then when it's to talk about the will, or when it's to talk about Africans invented this or Africans invented that, when it's to go to Africa with your dusty dashiki and walking around safaris and trying to have pet lions, you people want to hail and hype up Africa when it suits you. It's self-serving. You want it for the hype, you want it for the culture, but you're not true African. The true Africans understand and know who the supreme God is. The true Africans understand and know that Christianity was in Africa way before you Americans even existed. We were here. We had an Abrahamic religion. Paganism came after that. You people are so hypocritical. You can't seek truth for yourselves. What you people are doing, you're seeking wealth, you're seeking power, you're seeking revenge against people who have done things to you in the 16th century, so much so that it's blinded you from seeking the truth, that you are the true sons of God. The same white man that enslaved you is the same white man that you people are being, and you're doing it to Africans now. I'm not the one who's suffering, but it's just really upsetting to me that a lot of these African Americans are never going to know that they are the true sons of God. They are loved by God. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, they're descendants of Abraham. I just really pray that you people come to seek the truth.
So after making that video, she made 2 other follow-up videos, which I'm going to play right now.
It's crazy because if you think I'm here to hurt anyone, like, I'm really not. It's just that I understand that a lot of the things that African Americans will do as a trauma response and that we Black people will do as a trauma response is that we will use our skin color to make us seem superior because of what has happened to them through transatlantic slavery. Because yeah, there must be Black pride. However, I'm not talking about science void of religion. So any of you who want to come with different historical facts from somebody who wants to call me a monkey and said that I evolved, that's on you. The Bible begins in Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is Iraq today. Abraham and his descendants moved and settled into places like Israel, Syria, Jordan, and also Egypt. Egypt, Middle East, and North Africa, they're like this, and migrated into places like Kush, which is today's Sudan, places like Foot, which is Libya, and Ethiopia, which is mentioned 44 times in the Bible. From there were going to come all the descendants. That includes me and you. Anything to do with color is a very new concept born of sterile minds. Nobody is superior to anybody. We are all under one God. We're all supposed to be preaching one message. That, my friend, is the message of love. God bless you all. In my last video, not the one I just posted, the one before that, it got taken down. I think some people were thinking that I was apologizing because I was like, I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I think people thought that that was some sort of apology. It's not an apology. I stand on what I said. What I was trying to say was, this
this is not to offend you. This is not something you're meant to be offended by. This is just me talking truth about certain behaviors. And if the shoe fits, then the shoe's gonna fit. A lot of people are like, oh, you didn't say it in love. Oh, you should have said it in love. The amount of times that we Africans or like people try to tell you guys certain things in love, nicely, you kick mud back in our face. And now you want to talk about, oh, say it in love. Like, no one's gonna stroke your ego all the time. If someone's calling you out on behavior, automatically we hate you. Automatically is hatred. I love you guys. Let's be plain and simple. What you guys need to understand is that you're not always right. You have brothers and sisters around you who are trying to talk to you, who are trying to guide you, and you don't want to listen. You only want things that make sense to you. We have told you time and time again that witchcraft is not something that we practice. It's not something that is good. Yes, it's something that's shunned upon. People who practice witchcraft will tell you why it's shunned upon. They will tell you why they stay on the outskirts. They will tell you why they stay in the forest. When we tell you we are children of mothers and fathers who enacted some of these things, or who did some of these things, or who lived in that, and who are dealing with the traumas and the effects of it till today, you people are telling us that, oh, it's there. You guys don't even know what you're talking about. So that's the part that is like a little bit like, okay, now this is getting annoying because it's just very embarrassing. We are kids of mothers and fathers who came from that very culture. So if we're trying to tell you something, try to listen. I understand that, yes, you're trying to get back to your roots. When someone's trying to tell you something, stop always thinking that it's against you. Like, we're trying to tell you we've lived through something. It's like, you want to shut our stories down. You guys don't even want to experience that. If you want to experience witchcraft, if you guys really want to do this so much, none of you should have twins. None of you should wear certain things. None of you should step on certain things, because your life will be over. I'm talking about paganism. Let's even take that out of it. They believe in the supreme God. You guys want to mesh different religions together. No, that's not how it works. And I'm trying to say this with love. We're trying to tell you something, simmer down. It's like, when we're trying to tell you something and then you guys are always pushing us down, yes, you're going to get cast. It's just something that you don't want to hear. You're not a child of any rocks. Your dreams and hopes are held by God. You need to delve into your creator, not the universe that the creator created. That's what I have to say on that. And yeah, peace.
I actually woke up one morning and just saw that video. Like, the moment I opened TikTok, that was the first thing that hit me, and I was like, wow, are we still doing this? Are we still speaking to each other in a condescending manner? You're an African woman and you're addressing the African diaspora people, African Americans specifically, and you started your video saying that African Americans are unwise, immature, and hypocritical. So at that point, do you expect anybody to be receptive of what is going to follow through after you just said that? Like, you already created a very harsh atmosphere by that video. You already created an atmosphere that is not conducive. Nobody's going to want to hear what you have to say. Whether what you're saying now is making sense or not, you've already started like you're attacking these people. And I don't understand how the whole purpose of this thing was to talk about Christianity. So is that what a good Christian person would do? I'm a Christian too. And if I were to correct my brother or my sister for their wrongdoing, I won't start off by saying you're unwise and immature and hypocritical. That's not love. That's not Christ-like. You know what? I'm just going to go right ahead and play people's stitches to her video, and then I will come back and we'll talk.
African Americans are some of the most unwise, immature.
Where's 11?
What in the fuck is this? Everybody got something slick to say about black folk in America.
There you go, Mr. Black now.
But y'all have no problem being the thieves.
Yep.
Coming in, stealing culture,
Yep.
music,
Yep.
food, styles,
thank you.
whatever. Y'all have no problem coming in and stealing. And since we gonna go there, let's go all the way there. Don't go there at all. Stealing. But you have enough time to, while you're in the midst of being a thief, to shit on us.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I keep saying over and over, sometimes it really does feel like black folks in America do not have any allies. We don't. Paul Mooney, one of the greatest lines he ever said, everybody want to be black until it's time to be black. And then it's roaches with the lights on.
Yep.
And this preemptive attack shit is really starting to get out of goddamn hand.
It is.
Let me say this for the chief seats. I don't give a where Christianity was started. I don't give a where it's practiced.
Yeah.
I see all of the Christian religion as a goddamn pestilence.
That's right.
I see all religions, all of them, every one of them as a pestilence. I don't see faith that way. I don't see spirituality that way. But I damn sure see our organized religions as a pestilence.
I see 11.
And since she wanted to go there, then let's go all the way there.
But I do need 11 because that's the
How
book
much
show.
homophobia
That's the book show.
was on the continent of Africa, in the nations therein of Africa, before Christian missionaries brought their ass over there?
focused on what needs to be focused on.
The silence isn't for me, it's for you. How much hatred of Muslims and Jews were there on the continent of Africa, in the nations of Africa, before the Christian missionaries brought their ass there?
Let's go.
Is the Congo not being pillaged for its natural resources now? Wasn't King Leopold of Belgium a Christian? Didn't he?
I mean, we'll be here all day. We'll be here all day. And the thing is, from these kind of topics, it still is talking about cleansing your aura, because your aura is still about your intelligence and multiple things and stuff like that. The thing is with these people is they don't realize the mental battle that they're dealing with. They don't know what kind of intellectual ring that they stepping into. And what's happening is we are millennials and Gen Z. I keep standing on that. We listen, we read, we study, we pay attention, we move in our life in the way that we've learned things. And what I'm saying is, you can't come at us with this shit. You can't come. And if you got a Gen Xer who's well into the game of this shit, who's a Gen Xer that lives for motherfucking spewing motherfucking Black history to you, woe to you. Because they about to hit 50, or they in their 50s right now. So woe to you. So unless you want to give yourself a good ass whooping of Black history, or a nice loving touch and learning of Black history, especially Black American history, I suggest you tread goddamn softly out here. You can't be doing all this extra shit. We're not in a space of getting riled up anymore. We're not in the space of, you're going to get roasted. Yeah, definitely some people are going to roast you. But we're not in the space of all that dumb shit no more, man. People tired out here. That's what people don't understand. People tired.
12 million Congolese people. You want to fight? You still want to practice religion at that motherfucker? I'm about secularism. I believe all religions should be out of any sort of political public life. And if you all of a sudden decided to start hating gays or this, that, and the third, based on that big book of bad ideas, you are an idiot. The problem is a lot of Black folks here in America are waking up to that shit.
Yes.
They're waking up to the idea that all organized religions bring nothing but death and enslavement.
That's right.
I ain't the only one.
Yep.
A lot more people are finding more faith-based ways to be one with God, or spiritual ways to be one with God, without going to that organized religion shit. There's a whole lot of places on earth that would have been better off had fucking Christian missionaries had their ass whooped when they landed. When they came with that Holy Bible, somebody should have knocked them the fuck out and threw their ass back on the boat and told them to take that boat the fuck up out of there.
Yeah.
But sure, everybody got to have Black folks in their goddamn mouth. Okay. When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. Because she made another video. It's like, I don't mean any hate. And then, nah.
Nah, you meant that.
You meant every word.
You meant every fucking word.
Now stand on it.
Yeah, you stand on it.
For me, African Americans are some of the most unwise, immature.
Now, if she get hit with a brick, and African American men sit around and watch her get hit with a brick, African American women are going to blame African American men for sitting around watching her get hit with a brick and not helping her. And our most educated African American sisters are going to send her $50,000 in her GoFundMe, even though she doesn't like them.
Immature and biggest hypocrites that I have ever seen. Because you people talk.
I mean, what does she mean when she say you people, as if she's not this color also? Just because we're in America and you're in Africa don't make you no better than us. It doesn't. And this is where we get the narrative of Africans hate African Americans, because look how y'all talk to us. You talk to us like you're belittling us as if you're better and in a better circumstances than we are, and we all in the same boat, baby. We all this color, and this color looks at us all as if we're. And to be honest, they look at y'all like y'all than us. So come on now. Hello.
To me, African Americans are some of the most unwise, immature, and
Oof, this was a lot. Now, actually, this is not some diaspora war moment. This is actually deeply concerning. Decolonization is a major aspect of my spiritual path, as well as a lot of my African American kinfolk. And I can assure you, no one is calling you primitive for believing in the dominant spiritual system of our planet. People call Sangomas primitive when they throw bones to divine. They call Babalaos primitive when they use chickens to cleanse people. They do not call pastors primitive, my dear. And you look sub-Saharan as they come. I assure you, your people did not learn about Christ through other Africans. One of the reasons that regionalism is so important to me in my spiritual practice is this reason right here. When you cannot find yourself in your spiritual walk, you will start to insert yourself like Hebrew Israelites, like Hoteps who want to claim that Black people were Olmec, or that Black people were the original Native Americans, and it's because they feel rootless in themselves. Your religion is rootless in your culture, and because of that, you feel the need to edify it by randomly bagging on AAs for no reason. Accept the fact that you were colonized in your spiritual path. There's nothing wrong with it. Because let's be real, we weren't just prancing around Jerusalem and Sinai at the time of Jesus. Don't get me wrong, there were Black people, but we weren't the majority. Don't erase Swana and Mena people.
Don't even know it. First of all, when the hell does it highly suit us to talk about Africa over here in America? Is my credit score supposed to go up? Is my bank account supposed to get higher? Am I supposed to get a discount on gas for the rest of the year? Because, honey, it ain't no Africa when it highly suits us, because it never highly suits us. Like, what the fuck? If it's Africa, then that means somebody's probably visiting or they're excited to go take a trip or something like that. I mean, we speak about it and we, in a way, look at Africa and highly regard it because we understand and we acknowledge where our ancestors come from. But it is in no way, shape, or form in the format that you're putting it in. We don't look at it like that. It doesn't really highly suit us or it doesn't benefit us in any way. Okay. So there's really nothing self-serving to us about Africa in a conversation. And as far as the forefathers thing, you better cut it out. You better cut it out. Black people do not align themselves with white people like that. We very much acknowledge that we are different in various ways.
We Africans believe in the Abrahamic God, and we believed in that before the 16th century. It's like, oh yeah, Africans are dumb. Africans, no, we're not looking at that part. You guys are dumb. You guys have no sense.
Yeah, who tells you that lie? We really ain't waking up in the morning and discussing religion over our morning coffee, honey. And hello, most of us grew up in the church. So most of us do believe in an Abrahamic God. What are you talking about? But then we live in America. It's all kinds of religions here. I may be, maybe a firm believer in God, which I am, but my cousin may not be. That don't make me love him no less. So if I'm willing to deal with him, I really don't give a damn about what y'all believe. And none of us do. None of us I never in the history of Black people have I ever heard a Black person be like, Africans are dumb because they believe in an Abrahamic God. Next.
Guys are primitive. But then when it's to talk about the will, or when it's to talk about Africans invented this, or Africans invented that, when it's to go to Africa with your dusty dashiki and walking around safaris and trying to have pet lions, you people want to hail and hype up Africa when it suits you. It's self-serving. You want it for the hype, you want it for the culture, but you're not true African.
Baby, let me tell you this, honey. Just to address the whole dusty dashiki shit. I don't know if you know this, but if you ever see an African American wearing anything African related, we went to the source. Because there's plenty of Africans over here with their own shops and they sell actual African attire. Okay. Right. We didn't get it from Bethany up the street. Okay. We got it from the source. I've been getting my hair braided by the same African woman since I was 19 years old. She has a whole shop and a whole team of African women who braid my hair. Okay. We go to the source. I don't know who you had a conversation with, baby. I don't know who pissed you off.
You're right.
We hype it up because we acknowledge where we came from. And feel like that is a sign of respect. When it suits somebody like you to disrespect us, to get your clicks and your likes, you do that. When it suits somebody like you to come and just go hard against Black people, Black American people, oh, you do it. Lord have mercy. If we could get paid every time we was in somebody's mouth, boy, we'd be some rich motherfuckers.
African Americans are some of the most unwise, immature, and biggest hypocrites that I have ever seen.
Now, goddamn, what the hell did African Americans do? Because that's one of the most hypocritical people she's ever seen. God damn, what the fuck did they do?
The moment that African Americans see that we Africans believe in the Abrahamic God and that we believe in that before the 16th century, it's like, oh yeah, Africans are dumb. Africans, no, we're not looking at that part. You guys are dumb. You guys have no sense. You guys are primitive. But then when it's to talk about the will, or when it's to talk about Africans invented this or Africans invented that, when it's to go to Africa with your dusty dashiki and walking around safaris and trying to have pet lions, you people want to hail and hype up Africa when it suits you.
I don't know if you know this, sis, but majority of African Americans are Christians. And guess what? Not all of Africa believes in Christianity or even the Abrahamic gods. Like, we don't all believe in that. Some of us don't even believe in God. Me personally, I don't believe in God. And I'm African. Straight from the motherland, too. I don't believe in God. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I never heard of, like, black people getting mad at Africans for, you know, believing in Christianity. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Do black people think Africans are dumb for believing Christianity because it was originally from like the Middle East or it was brought down by white people or something? But if that is the case, and I don't know that, and hella black people just hating on that, someone inform me. But if it's not the case, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Immature and biggest hypocrites that I have ever seen. Because you people talk about Africa.
Crazy that she started off that hot. It is so crazy that she did that, looking just like us, same aesthetic. She got the eyelashes, eyebrows on thick, and it looked like she got a 30-inch bust down. Then she want to call us immature. Y'all first comeback for everything about us American black folks is we have no culture and we don't know where we come from. Whole time we set the culture for the whole world.
Thank you.
If we don't say it's cool, it's not cool for nobody. And then she just trying to talk to us like we slow. I find it hard to believe that every country in Africa believe in the same God. Like, I know that can't be true. Like, sweetheart, I don't know if you know this. Even if you from America and your parents from Africa, or if you from Africa, your parents and blah, 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 look. Either way it goes. I'm from Memphis. My mama from Memphis, her mama from Memphis. That's where we get all our religion and shit from. Your people from over there, that's where y'all get y'all stuff from. You ain't gotta, if you're gonna try to educate us about something or even inform us, don't be trying to belittle nobody. That's what y'all be trying to do. Y'all be trying to talk to a motherfucker like they stupid.
Now, I'm going to try to be as neutral as I can. I think I already went off on the lady in that video. But now to really go deep into what she said, she was talking about how basically when African Americans find out how religious we are as Africans, like in terms of Abrahamic religions, which I believe are majorly the Christians and the Muslims, because a lot of Africans are either Christians or Muslims, aside those that do traditional worship and maybe other kinds of religion, but we are majorly Christians or Muslims, right? Let me speak for what I know. In Nigeria, we are Christians, we are Muslims, so much so that when we see people that are not any of these two, we look at them oddly, even if they're practicing African traditional religion. And now from what she's saying that African Americans tend to have a pushback to everything that is associated to whiteness or white people impose their religion on us and and because of that, they tend to like turn their noses up at Africans when they see that we are rocking with the Christian faith or Abrahamic religion or maybe Islam or whatever. And actually, I have seen that happen even in the comment section of some of my videos, where they will say, decolonize your mind, you shouldn't be a Christian. I've seen that. So I won't deny that it is something that happens, which is why I was kind of surprised when I started researching more about the other African diaspora people. And I found out that a lot of them were going back to our African traditional religions. I was surprised because over here, most of us left our African traditional religion to embrace Islam and Christianity. So it was odd that they were doing the opposite to me and probably a lot of Africans who grow up in Africa. I never practiced African traditional religion. My father never did. I don't think my grandfather ever did. So you can see how many generations we are taking away from practicing African traditional religions. So people tell me it as witchcraft. Like in that video, she made mention of witchcraft and all of that. So I don't know if she's saying that witchcraft and African traditional religions are the same, but to be sincere, a lot of Africans living in Africa kind of associate the two of them because, as we all know, our own traditional way of worship and traditional religions have been demonized, right? So yes, I've seen a lot of African Americans, other Black people in the diaspora as well, talk about how Africans need to decolonize their minds. and leave the white man's religion and all of that. But I'm also grateful for this channel because it was also on this channel that I found out that there was already Christianity in Africa, which is what that lady was saying. I don't know if it's the same form of Christianity we are practicing now, which was brought by the white man, because I know Christianity wasn't brought by the white man to all parts of Africa. But in my part of Africa, in Nigeria, maybe West Africa, the whole of West Africa, I don't know. But in Nigeria, my people were not Christians before the white man came. Okay? She said something about how African Americans like to hype up Africa when it benefits them, and then they are hypocritical because they will now disassociate from Africans and talk down on us when they find out that we are serious about this Abrahamic religion. I don't even know why I'm laughing. She talked about wearing dusty dashikis. Like, that video, the tone was just too condescending. She could have actually made her point without being so disrespectful. And then she also talked about how she's not interested in caressing the egos of the people she was addressing the video to, which is the African Americans, that they said she should have said it in love. See, you guys, the truth is, the earlier we'll accept that we are always going to have different opinions as different ethnicities within the African diaspora, the better for us. The truth is, we have the same ancestry from Africa, right? That's for those that agree. I know there's some people that don't agree. If you don't agree, I don't really know what you're doing on this channel, because this channel, the belief is that we are all from Africa. Anyways, so the earlier we accept that we are going to have different perspectives on some things, opposing perspectives even, but we don't have to disrespect each other because we have different opinions, the better. We have different histories. We have different lived experiences. The way the African diaspora people are going to have a pushback towards palm color people and everything that has to do with white people and white supremacy is going to be different from the way we Africans back in the continent perceive white people and things that came from white people. Because we have not had that lived experience that they have. We are going to see certain things differently, and we might not necessarily see eye to eye on everything, but that does not warrant us to disrespect each other. I don't know if I'm making sense. Now, this woman has said this and she's disrespecting the African Americans. But on the other hand, we also know that there are African Americans too that disrespect Africans, right? It goes both ways. We are just further playing into the damage that has been done. We have been taught to look at each other as, oh, we are all black, but we are superior to these other people because we are in America, or we are in the Caribbean. While the Africans over there are like, oh, we are all black, but we know our culture, we know our origin, so we are better than those people. Do you guys see how foolish we look? We are taking the trauma. Yes, it's trauma. We are taking the trauma that we were put through by these other people and using it as points against each other. It doesn't make any sense. I've seen comments where African Americans are like, Africans don't like us, but they want our swag. We set the trend, they copy us and all of that. I usually don't reply to those comments, but I think I'm going to reply today. We don't. Did I do it right? We don't. I'm not saying we don't admire you guys, but a lot of Africans, Nigerians, let me speak for Nigerians. I like to talk about what I know. We are so proud of ourselves and our culture and our heritage that we're not trying to be anybody else. It doesn't matter if we're wearing the lace wig, we're wearing the lashes, we're wearing, that woman that is wearing the lashes will eat amala. That woman that is wearing those long nails will use those nails to eat amala with her hands. Amala is Nigerian food. She will speak Yoruba, her native tongue, and even she will sell me with Yoruba because I don't really understand Yoruba like that. Like, when she wants to dress up, she's going to wear her gele and her Iran buba. What I'm trying to say is that we trying to assimilate into Western culture does not mean that we want to be that, or we do not value where we're coming from. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, I don't agree with everything she said in that video, and I definitely don't agree with the tone, the delivery, but I could pick that point that she made, which is that sometimes, because maybe people in the diaspora try to push back from everything that has been made popular by palm color people or whatever, sometimes they tend to, basically criticize we back here in Africa that don't see a problem with it. I understand what she's saying, And just like I said, I'm going to repeat it again as I'm rounding up this video. We are always going to have opposing opinions about certain things because we are the same people, but we are different ethnicities. We have different lived experiences. We have different histories. So we are bound to see things differently, but that does not give us the license to disrespect each other. That does not also stop us from loving each other despite our differences. That also does not stop us from working together as Black people. I personally do not criticize any Black person who decides to practice African traditional religion. And I also do not criticize any Black person who decides to practice any Abrahamic religion. As far as I'm concerned, religion is not something you should try to convince people. Like, it doesn't have to be your way or the highway. People should believe in what they want to believe in when it comes to the higher power and how they want to relate to that higher power. It is left for you to do what works for you. So I do not frown at the people in the diaspora who feel like Christianity is not the way. That's fine. But don't criticize those who feel Christianity is the way. And we as Christians, so don't criticize those who want to do whatever it is they want to do. If you want to be a Christian and preach to them, see if you can convert them, that's fine. But when you now start making videos talking down on them because they choose a certain religion that you don't agree with, it doesn't make sense to me. So let me just wrap up this video. You guys let me know what you think in the comment section. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye.
It's the big part right here. You go ahead and put these screws in.
Sign up for the PF Black Card and get your first month free. $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends March 13th.
Tax Act is designed to help you get your taxes done. Let's get them over with.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna put it out. I'm gonna put it up there. Oh shit, who this? Starting what soon, bruh? That's what we not doing. I don't know who this is. Okay, let's go. These people are nuts. You got us
Do y'all remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice? Well, the organization has now come out in support of Hamas terrorists. I guess they meant it when they said all lives didn't matter, because some lives are clearly worth more than others.
So on seeing that video, I was like, wow, Black Lives Matter burnt down the country. What country? Because Black Lives Matter happened in America, and as far as I'm concerned, the country was not burnt down because it's still standing till this very day. So I was like, what is she talking about?
Right, what is she?
And then she's talking about how BLM now supports terrorists and how BLM said all lives don't matter. Like,
right.
The amount of made up SHIT in that video,
Made up.
she's trying to push a propaganda on Black people who are over there just minding their business. Okay, now, of course, some Black people have spoken up on the Palestinian/Israeli conflict. You know, they've made it known who they support. But for her to try to drag the Black Lives Matter movement into this and basically lie and make up things about it is what gets me. Like, you guys, let me just go right ahead and play people's speeches and responses to her.
Do y'all remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice? Well, the organization has now
burned down the whole country? Burnt down the country?
Right.
How so? Right. How is it possible to burn down the whole country? It's so obvious that a lot of RWs, you know what I mean by RWs, are not the smartest people around, judging by what that been said. Oh, gosh.
racial justice. Well, the organization has now
I don't remember that. Most people don't remember that. And this research study from Harvard University certainly doesn't remember it like that. In fact, that study remembered things quite differently. The BLM protests were not only majority nonviolent, but that when there was violence, it was very often police or counter-protesters that were enacting violence on the protesters. So peacefully protesting against oppression was met with state violence. Where have I seen this before? They did a sample of over 7,000 BLM protest events. They found that the overall levels of violence and property destruction were low, and that most of the violence was again directed against the BLM protesters. So this is in stark contrast to what the media has been telling us. It's almost as if media and racialization can affect people's perceptions of reality. Oh, but it gets better. All in all, they found that 96.3% of events involved no property damage or police injuries. And an even higher percentage, 97.7%, had no injuries among participants, bystanders, or police. So to call these protests violent is only used to justify state suppression and law and order. I don't know why people keep on bringing up Black people when we're dealing with Palestinian ethnic cleansing and their fight for liberation. At this point, I'd just rather you call me a...
Burn down the entire country in the name of racial justice.
Do y'all remember when BLM sunk the Titanic? Do y'all remember when BLM JFK? Do y'all remember when BLM said we should split the check evenly and then ordered the most expensive item off the menu? Do y'all remember when BLM made the dinosaurs go extinct? Do y'all remember when BLM sank the city of Atlantis? Do y'all remember when BLM bought Twitter and rebranded it as X?
Yes, we remember all
Do y'all remember when BLM said they would give us a ride and then ran out of gas on the highway, so we had to walk 2 miles to a gas station?
That's right.
Do y'all remember when BLM turned us into newts?
Yes.
Do y'all remember when BLM had the opportunity to destroy the One Ring in the fire pits of Mordor and decided to keep it instead?
Right.
Do y'all remember when BLM woke Thanos up out of his trance just before we got the Infinity Gauntlet off? Do y'all remember when BLM attacked the Capitol building and threatened the lives of Congress and the Vice President?
Exactly.
Do y'all remember when BLM made you lose the game?
Remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice? Well,
Nope. But I do remember a lot of people standing around pointing fingers at them, blaming them for shit that wasn't actually their fault. And all they were doing was standing there asking people not to kill them in the streets.
in the name of racial justice. Well,
Nope. Don't remember it. In fact, that you can't say Black Lives Matter, it's kind of weird. But more than that, it's 2023. What we know through evidence and empirical data that 97% of the protests were peaceful. 30 million people in 2,500 locations over a 4-month period. 97% were peaceful. During the protests, the peaceful protests, the police were the aggressors. And when it came to burning shit down, it was white people that was doing the burning. And let's think about this for 2 seconds. She's upset with the Black Lives Matter organization. It only exists because police and our criminal justice system are indiscriminately harming Black people. She's okay with police lynching Black people. And my whole thing is, if you don't like Black people, bro, just say it. And then when I turn around and say all white people are inherently racist by way of a system, when I say that, I'm wrong, but she can sit here and advocate for the lynching of Black people.
Burn down the entire country in the name of racial justice. Well, the organization has now...
All right, y'all, this is a prime example of what anti-Blackness looks like. And quite frankly, I'm just sick of it. But we need to pull this apart. So you're seeing a lot of folks invoking BLM or Black bodies in general, Black folks in particular, right, in order to justify the violence of the Israeli nation state to Palestinians. Now, why are they doing that? Well, anti-Blackness, because they know that we live in racialized states that do not see Black people. They do not see our bodies as anything more than commodities to be traded on the floor. And right now, the commodity is ideology. So when you want to ensure that other people will render one population as non-human in one way, shape, or form, what do? You invoke that racialized hierarchy that classifies Black people, Black bodies, Blackness as somehow non-human in nature, therefore dehumanized. And so once you invoke BLM here, you then are invoking the dehumanization in folks and then shift that to other folks over there. This is nothing more than propaganda. This is another example of propaganda, right? And as a law student, it is even more insidious, because this is also why I say in the United States, when they talk about justice is blind, we got to believe that, because justice is blind to those that cannot see. And since the nation state cannot see Black folks except for as commodities, because we built this goddamn nation's economy, this is what it looks like in the present day when folks who then want to invoke that in order to, again, placate and make excuses for another settler colonialist state state that is doing the exact same thing to another population that it has dehumanized. So this is why our struggles are interrelated, y'all. This is why our struggles are interrelated. When you do not value death and the deaths of others, like I said in my last video, you do not value life. So then you will use other people's lives as a goddamn trading piece on the floor. This is ideological, this is anti-Blackness, and this is fucking propaganda. And you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Do y'all remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice?
Who's paying you? Is it this guy? Is this guy paying you? The conservative that has openly said they're going to try to plant a strong association between BLM, the DSA, and academic decolonization work in the public mind, just like how they tried to take down critical race theory and bastardize it. Is that you? Is that what you're doing? Because everything you've said isn't based in reality. So you must be getting paid to spread propaganda. I hope they're paying you well. Have you ever considered that even if Hamas, which as far as we can tell, is paid for by Israel, actually killed innocent civilians, it doesn't rationalize and justify them committing a genocide of Palestinians right now? But you're not interested in reality, it looks like. You're much more interested in spreading propaganda bullshit. Did disenfranchised people's lives matter to you this little? Do you think that they'll protect you? Because they won't. History shows they won't protect you.
Do y'all remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice? Well, the organization has...
Remember when it was discovered that it was actually a bunch of far-right infiltrators and agitators who were burning down buildings and starting confrontations with police officers? Remember when it was actually the FBI infiltrating Black Lives Matter in Denver? Remember when it was actually Black people telling non-Black people to not vandalize things in the name of Black Lives Matter? No, of course you don't remember these things. You conveniently forget because it doesn't push your bullshit agendas.
Do y'all remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice?
No, we don't, because it never happened. But we do remember you lying about it, frankly, because you haven't stopped lying about it. And now you're tacking on more lies about how BLM is supporting Hamas, which is not the case. BLM is supporting Palestinians. They're supporting the oppressed. And I scrolled through your comment section on this video and I saw plenty of people saying this. So I don't know how many times it needs to be repeated for you to understand Palestinians and Hamas are not the same. The Palestinians, as a group of people, have been dealing with bombing, genocide, apartheid since at least at the earliest 1917 with the Balfour Declaration during the war with the Ottoman Empire. And that war was taken up and continued by the state of Israel in 1948, which has continued to grow. And you can look up, you can see the maps of how this has happened. I mean, it's not that hard to look up. Like here, I'll just do it for you. And you can pause to just observe what's happened over the decades. So to make it clear to you and anybody else who might see this, it is perfectly possible and encouraged to condemn Hamas and its actions, as well as the Israel government and its actions, while also supporting the people who are suffering during all of this. And disproportionately, that is the people of Palestine. They have been oppressed and segregated and put into an apartheid state for generations now. And they deserve our support, not our demonization. Say that again. Palestinians deserve our support and respect for everything that they've been through, are going through, not any of this bullshit rhetoric that is trying to demonize them.
Do y'all remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice?
First of all, that did not happen. Second of all, what did Black people do to you for you to make up this fucking lie? The country was not burned down, okay? The country is still standing, as we could clearly see. And the Black Lives Matter movement has not supported Hamas at all. They haven't even said nothing at all, actually. If you don't like Black people, just say that you don't like Black people. But don't put us into a situation where we had nothing to do with it at all. We just been staying for Palestinians and making sure that they gain their rights and freedom. And we've been speaking up as well because they've been an ally for us when the Black Lives Matter movement was going on for George Floyd. So we're an ally, going to be an ally for them as well. But don't make this fabricated story up and make it into all Black people wanting to, burn down America and now they're in support of Hamas. No. Or Black Lives Matter movement in support of Hamas. Because no, that's not true at all. People get on the internet and say the most stupidest shit, and I don't even know why. Sometimes it makes me think, do y'all ever do y'all research, or do y'all ever just read a book?
Y'all get paid.
Because y'all just go on the internet saying dumb shit. I swear to God. So go sit down somewhere.
Hearing everything that everyone has said, you can see that she's being called out for basically lying and trying to push a propaganda. And obviously in that video, she has expressed that she doesn't like Black people, neither does she like or support BLM. Well, now, if you guys have noticed, I've not really said anything concerning the Israeli-Palestinian conflict because I chose not to really involve myself with that. Aside from the fact that this channel focuses basically on Black people, so I never really thought to bring it as a topic here on this channel. And even on a personal level, I am not really focusing on that because I try to protect my energy. So when I see a lot of these gory videos talking about war, genocide, people being unalive, I try to distance myself from it as far as possible. The only time I actively try to follow up what's happening is when it's happening to Black people. Now, I'm not saying that I don't care. I'm just saying, you guys running this channel alone and the things that we talk about, some of these things really hit me hard. So I try not to involve myself in things that are extremely negative, except I have to, because I already do that a lot running this channel. Anyways, that aside. So I actually do not know the history between the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. I've not researched on it, but for the sake of this video, I actually tried to research on what Black people thought, videos that they posted on TikTok expressing their opinions. And from what I've found out, I see that a lot of Black people actually use the hashtag Free Palestine, hashtag Stand with Palestine. So I think this obviously is going to tick some people off. It's going to tick some Israeli people off and their supporters as well, right? Now, I'm not saying that every Black person supports it. I'm saying Black people, especially African Americans, those are the people we're talking about right now. So they've expressed their solidarity with Palestine, okay? So from the little I've gathered, there's the Palestinians, and then there's the people that are actually perpetrating the violence, which is a terrorist group. So I think there's some kind of disassociation between the country and those people. So supporting Palestine does not necessarily mean that you support the terrorist group. Correct me in the comment section if I'm correct, because I'm actually trying to explain what I understood. So I don't know if I'm right. So now, on researching, I saw some videos as far back as 2020, 2021, where Palestinian people have actually stood in solidarity with Black people on the Black Lives Matter movement, protesting and stuff like that. So I can understand that there's an allyship there. There's an actual relationship there. So it's not surprising to me that African Americans are supporting them. And well, to better explain what I'm saying, let me just go back and play a video that I saw by Deconsciously. He's amazing. He has a YouTube channel. You guys check him out, where I think he broke down the relationship between African Americans and Palestinian people.
Don't be this person, guys. A lawyer you can trust says all Blacks talking about free Palestine like they actually F with Blacks. It's almost hilarious.
All right, y'all.
Yeah. This video is about the interconnectedness of Black and Palestinian struggles that's well dated and historical, We know the solidarity between Palestinians and Black.
We're going to get into this later. Thank you. It's been a great show. My desk is almost done. All right, y'all. Take care.